All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019. El Paso County invites you and your family to the 5th annual Lights on the Lake at Escalante Park. The holiday tradition will light up Escalante Park on Saturday, November 30th, with evening festivities beginning at 4 p.m. and lighting ceremony to take place at 6 p.m. There will be holiday music, food trucks, and of course a visit from Santa. The free event is for the entire family to enjoy. For more information, call 915-771-2380.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos. Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
hear my talk again.
Yes. Good morning. Today is Thursday, November 21st, 2019. Commissioners Court is meeting in special open session. Judge, with your permission, could we read items 2 through 5 and ask for one vote?
Like, is it
As a
similar to a
consent
consent? These are normally items that would be on consent. We had to put them on the Thursday from a timing perspective.
You okay? Yeah, you just have to read them into the record, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Item number 2, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 115.021, audit and settle all accounts against the county shown on the attached listing and direct the payment of those accounts. Item number 3, pursuant to Article 59.06G of the Code of Criminal Procedures, approve and authorize Chapter 59 Asset Forfeiture to Seizure Annual Reports as submitted by the El Paso County Border Crime Initiative, contract number 2019-0907, El Paso County Metro Criminal Enterprise Unit, contract number 2019-0906, and the El Paso County Metro Task Force, contract number 2019-0908, for the reporting period of September 1st, 2018 through August 31st, 2019. This certification is completed annually and reports funds received and how those funds were spent to the Office of the Attorney General of Texas. Item number 4, pursuant to Article 59.06G of the Code of Criminal Procedures, approve and authorize the Chapter 59 Asset Forfeiture Report for fiscal year 2019 for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. This certification is completed annually and reports funds received and how those funds were spent to the Office of the Attorney General of the State of Texas. Contract number 2019-0898. And item number 5, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the fiscal year 2019 Equitable Sharing Agreement and Certification Report for submission to the Department of Justice by law enforcement agency. Contract number 2019-0896.
Do you have a motion?
Was number 5 read into the
Yes, sir. Number 5 was read as well.
motion to approve
Second.
item 2, 3, 4, and 5 as consent items?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Commissioner Perez and Commissioner Robinson are absent. Motion carries. This brings us to item number 6. Approve and authorize the county judge to accept the second-year grant award from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration awarded to the DWI Drug Court Program. The grant is in the amount of $387,716 per year for a period of 5 years. Furthermore, request the county judge to sign the required forms. No county match is required. Contract number 2019-0752.
Judge, Commissioners, this is for the second year grant award for the DWI Drug Court Program. We're asking that the court please approve and authorize the acceptance of this grant award.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Perez is absent. Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. And item number 7, receive a presentation from Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute regarding the subjective analysis of the indigent defense system.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Joel Bishop with County Administration. I'm going to introduce Jessie Tyler, who's here to present on her and Dr. Fabello's work with Meadows on the first phase of the analysis of the indigent defense system. Just a quick introduction to this project. Every year, El Paso spends more than $15 million in indigent defense, including the Public Defender's Office and assigned counsel. We have the longest standing Public Defender's Office in Texas. However, we've never had a research analysis of the efficacy of the office or the indigent defense system. Recently, El Paso County partnered with the Texas Indigent Defense Commission and Meadows researchers to conduct the first analysis of our indigent defense system. So this is partially funded by the Texas Indigent Defense Commission. The lead researchers are Dr. Tony Fabello and Jessie Tyler with Meadows. They've also done our recidivism studies as well. Recent lawsuits in Texas have put a strong focus and pressure on the indigent defense systems in Texas, And as you may know, Galveston was recently ordered by a federal judge to provide defense at the earliest stages in the jail hearing processes. Although they have to appeal the decision, other litigation around the country and Texas is clear that there's a growing expectation for very early defense and representation. So we hope that this study will help inform us as we continue to look at compressing our bond hearings and our front-end processes. This study is divided into two parts. There's a qualitative analysis and a quantitative. The qualitative analysis has been completed, and you're going to hear a briefing of that this morning from Ms. Tyler. The quantitative analysis will be done by May of 2020, and at that point, we'll be able to give you a full presentation of the system. Dr. Fabello couldn't be here today. His schedule is very hectic. He was also subpoenaed last week to testify in Galveston over their lawsuit. And so I'm going to introduce you now to Jessie Tyler. She has over a decade of experience in Texas criminal justice policy with an extensive background in data analysis and visualization and policy making. She is the Senior Director for the Justice Research at Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. She works on state and county level projects, including the Texas-based Recidivism and Indigent Defense Assessment Analysis. She created and managed the 5-county recidivism project after authoring a proxy risk assessment, and this way counties could have reliable intra and inter recidivism comparisons to guide policy at the pretrial and reentry points. The discoveries from this project were integrated into the key measures of the Stepping Up Initiative, a national initiative to reduce the number of people with mental illnesses in the jail. She was also the lead analyst on the Harris County Public Defender Assessment Report and the Travis County State Jail Drug Sentencing Study that morphed into a community call for a public defender's office. Dr. Fabello and Jessie Tyler have also evaluated Bexar County, Williamson County, Dallas County, and Salt Lake City, Utah's county and indigent defense systems. Dr. Fabello authored What Policymakers Need to Know to Improve Public Defense System for Harvard University and was a key advisor for the setting up the Texas Indigent Defense Commission. Jessie Tyler has presented for the American Bar Association, the National Legal Aid and Defense Association, the National Association of Public Defenders, and other associations. So they're very qualified to do this. We're very privileged to have them here. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessie Tyler.
Hi, so like Joel said, I am the Senior Director for Justice Research for the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. And beyond that, I'm just really happy to be back in Galveston. It's my favorite county in the whole state. So I'm just going to go through a little.
Galveston?
Did I?
You may know Paso. You got Galveston.
What a
anyway.
horrible way to start the presentation. It says El Paso on these notes.
I thought, well, she's so honest.
Yeah, well, so Galveston, if you guys are watching, probably my real favorite county. No, but yes, so as Joel mentioned, Dr. Fabello wanted me to start by sending his apologies that he couldn't be here. He is meeting with the National Foundation trying to set up a county-based initiative to help institute and integrate mental health services into places. I think he's talked to Judge Sabaniego. You guys talked about it a little bit. Betsy and Joel, I think, have heard a little bit about the project. In the end, we hope it's going to, have some benefit here in El Paso. But I guess, he'll have to update you following today's meeting. In addition to that, I think the only thing you're missing by him not being here is seeing pictures of his brand new first grandson. So it's pretty cute. You guys are missing out. So this report is, as Joel mentioned, our first report on the indigent defense system, but not our first report out here in El Paso. You guys have really put yourself under a microscope over the last year and a half, at least with us, and before that as well, to look at all points within the criminal justice system and process. And so, now we're looking at kind of a deep dive into the indigent defense system. And so we're really viewing this project as having a couple different audiences. One is obviously, the people in this room. And then the second will be the Indigent Defense Commission. We're hoping to have, at the end of this project, created a roadmap for any sort of public defender system specifically, and then in general, indigent defense systems throughout the state to develop some data-driven system and quality standards that they can measure and sort of do self-assessment, data-driven management within their counties. So the next report that we'll be back in May to present will be based more on the data that we were able to extract from the courts in El Paso with the help of court administration. And so we're going to be able to control for offense and criminal history and then look at the outcomes depending on the type of counsel that was utilized within the case. Our approach for this report was to look at the metrics available for El Paso through any sort of statewide aggregate reporting system. A lot of this is just cases with appointed counsel, the caseload of appointed counsel, regardless of system, and then cost. And then we're going to look at El Paso compared to the Fair Defense Act. And I know that under the prior county judge, Judge Escobar, and also Commissioner Perez, TIDC was out here and noted some areas that the county could improve on. And then when they came back out, I'm sure you guys all know that you were in compliance and there was nothing more really to think about, but I don't know if you're aware that you're literally the only county that has fixed all of the, issues that are discovered in one of these style reports, by the time the second report comes out. So we're just going to do kind of a quick dip into that, but I wouldn't stress too much since you already know you're in compliance. Our strategy was more to look at, if you would be able to measure this with data. And then we're going to identify some strategies to measure quality within the PD. They're already kind of measuring their own work and doing some analysis, but we're trying to get something into a standardized, defined way to continue looking at it into the future, which is how we'll end up at our recommendations section. So just to set the scene, in El Paso, the felony, misdemeanor, and juvenile cases added have dropped over the last 7 years, but the number of cases with indigent counsel has effectively remained flat, which means that although there's less cases, the workload for the indigent defense process and system in the county has remained the same. This first part will be the overview, a lot of that revolving around the Fair Defense Act. The second part, the deeper dive into the PD, and then we'll end with recommendations. So really the bottom line, if you guys, zone out after, I flip the slide, the thing that you really need to remember is, yes, El Paso, indigent defense, and the public defender are meeting all the Fair Defense Act standards. Then second, El Paso Public Defender has measurements for their quantity and work process. And there are some areas that can be improved, but it's not so much that these things are not happening. It's just we can improve the measurement and reporting. And then the third is that we do have some lingering questions about caseloads and their effect on the outcome of individual cases. So hopefully, when we're back in May, we can answer those questions. So the way that the Fair Defense Act section will go is, we have qualitative observations on all of them. You guys have compliance with all the core requirements on that qualitative part. The quantitative metrics to monitor are there for some, kind of there for other, and then not in place for a couple of them. So we do recommend some improvements in that area. So the first requirement is TIDC says you have to use all these model forms. Yes, you have them. Yes, I found them quickly, and yes, they're utilized. So nothing to worry about there. The second is around magistration. So the legal warnings at the 1517 hearing have to be done within a timely manner. We've been over to the jail. We can say, through qualitative observation that it is happening in a timely manner, but there is not a way to measure compliance with those appearances. So we don't have a timestamp of the arrest to be able to say whether or not this 48-hour period is being met. I know that there is a process going on right now in the county to look at setting up a 48-hour bail review hearing. I think that part of that process will probably include capturing some data that will, in effect, allow you to measure this 48-hour time cutoff. So even though that wasn't the point, the process is sort of in place that this may resolve itself without you guys having to do much. Then the indigent and qualifying attorneys, has to be a fair standard and a transparent protocol for identifying if a person requests an attorney and then if that attorney is provided. So qualitatively, yes, it's in the county plan. You guys are doing, how that happens. And quantitatively, there is a measurement happening. Tom Laura said that he does one and we saw it. So, we know how many people are requesting and then of those requesting, how many qualified. So that's good. Then the next area is training standards. So the county and district judges in the plan do have a list of qualifications that attorneys have to meet, and then they have to maintain the training hours every year. So it's happening qualitatively. The measurement is technically done on paper, so if you had to ask today how many people were in compliance, somebody would be able to tell you from court administration, but it's not really tracked in an electronic way in which they would receive a flag if someone was about to end up out of compliance. So sometimes we recommend what we call an exceptions report, which is just to get some kind of electronic notification of, this cohort of people need to be contacted. So that may be an option for the county. And then we also note in the Fair Defense Act that counsel has to be appointed within a certain period of time after request. Officials state this is happening. We've seen the process. It seems like it is happening, but there's no, again, much like the 48-hour period, there's not a timestamp that you would be able to go in and figure out if it's not happening for some people and then address why not. Let's see, the attorney selection process, I think this was one of the things that really popped out when the TIDC was here previously, where, so there's sort of two parts to this. One is this really awkward to say the top 10% of attorneys shouldn't be getting more than 30% of the cases. And then the second is that cases need to be distributed to attorneys in the order that they show up on the wheel. So the top 10% thing that's hard to say, that's not routinely reported. There are data at the end of each fiscal year that you guys have to report to TIDC that we can finagle into saying, you're not even close to having a problem with this. But on the measure of the number of cases going to attorneys out of order, there's nothing capturing when that happens or why. And so sometimes there's a completely legitimate reason. If a client, is only is able to speak sign language and you have an attorney that, knows sign language, it makes complete sense that you would jump the wheel and go to that attorney. But, without noting that anywhere, there's no way to say. And then there is now a new sort of section to the Fair Defense Act. I don't think this was in there, House Bill 1318, when TIDC was out here. And this requires lawyers that are taking cases off the wheel, as well as public defenders, to report the proportion of time that they spend on appointed indigent cases. So for the public defender, it's really obvious and easy. It's 100% of their time. But for attorneys that are on the wheel, they could have a civil practice. They could also be taking hired cases. So they, really need to log into this system and report these proportions of time. So the Indigent Defense Plan and House Bill 1318 had this as a requirement where this reporting had to be done to stay on the list. And so their court administration is doing a bit of a process to contact people, but it's more en masse. If someone is out of compliance, they weren't really sure who to contact, so it was the whole list. But we had a conversation about how to work with the data that's available publicly and just identify those lawyers that had nothing turned in. So when we were here 6 weeks ago, they were already talking about setting a better process to monitor this. So now on to public defender specific information. We worked a lot with Bill Cox, who's been super helpful on both the history and the data parts of the office, as well as just sort of any general question I have. He's very quick to get back and help us through some of the parts with this office. And beyond that, we had public data and then a lot of the qualitative interviews that happen throughout the county. So some of the public data is the caseload levels. So on misdemeanor cases, we've seen some variation in the total number of indigent misdemeanors in the county, but it really looks pretty flat for the last 5 years. But during that time, the proportion taken by the public defender has increased to just above half, which is really only up from just below half. On the felony cases, this is like a lot less pattern driven, but we do see this kind of jump in 2018. And the proportion of cases has steadily, eked up a couple points every year. And since the number of cases also creeped up, we see the public defender not only taking more cases, but a slightly higher proportion of felony cases. On the juvenile side, there's been a pretty consistent drop off over the last 7 or 8 years, and the public defender, because of that drop, has technically less cases, but also a higher proportion. One reason for this is, as you guys probably know, the public defender represents all the juveniles at detention hearings. So that's always going to be a pretty consistent foundation in the number of cases that they're taking, because the kids have a right to a hearing every 10 days. It's, in statute, that's just the way it works. So out of our interviews, and just observing what happens over at the office, the public defender, works with this client-centered model in which the clients are taking an active role and making decisions about their own cases. And in addition to that, they have access to on-staff investigators and social workers. So there's multiple people that are going to be able to touch every case. And then, through this process, they're able to mentor new lawyers to show, both what the office standard operating procedure and values are, as well as, just in general how to function within the court structure of El Paso. They're also able to monitor the CLE, which is the training requirement that we talked about earlier under the Fair Defense Act, and provide CLE within the office that would reflect the best practices of their office. They have a common salary plan structure. It's tied to other lawyers in the county. In the paper, there's a much longer section about the ADA's 10 principles. A lot of them do overlap with the Fair Defense Act, but this one wasn't included, so we thought we'd just highlight, that it does fulfill Principle 8. The public defender also provides some cost aversion strategies to the county that may be missed because they've been, as Joel said, operating for so long, but they represent all defendants in adult specialty courts. They represent all juveniles in mental health court. This happens on top of a regular caseload, so the county doesn't have to pay per defendant involved in any of this, nor do they have to work with finding a lawyer to bring in on contract or with a vast appointment to represent people in these areas. And as I mentioned earlier, they're the default provider for juveniles at detention status hearings. So the cost comparison, we looked at the same 2011 to 2018 period. On the misdemeanor side, the lawyers at the public defender office do cost more, although it's important to note, which we do highlight in the paper, that there is a flat fee for appointed counsel, which creates an artificial ceiling for comparison. And then the public defender also spends more on ancillary services, which would be, as I mentioned earlier, the investigators, mental health professionals that would be available to work all of the cases where the appointed counsel would have to come in and ask on a per case basis. So the PD is spending about 10 times as much. Now on the felony, we see the opposite pattern on lawyer cost because there is no cost ceiling on these. So the per lawyer cost is less for the PD. The ancillary services are twice as much, but the per lawyer cost is still so much lower that in total, the PD per case cost is lower than appointed counsel. And then on the juvenile side, lawyers are about $125 less. There's no money spent on the additional services out of the appointed counsel side, which was a drop off from about $30 per case in 2011. And at that point, the two were pretty comparable. So with the ancillary service costs, then the PD does end up costing slightly more per case, but it's really driven out of that additional service. So the outstanding question is on caseloads. We're able to work with data that's reported to TIDC, which may be slightly different than what we would be able to do with the raw data that we'll come back and show in May. But the pattern that jumps out already is that they have increased over time at both the felony and misdemeanor level, and the size and management of caseloads is shown in research overall to impact client outcomes, where the larger caseloads could have a negative impact on the outcome of the cases. So El Paso Public Defender does have their own internal caseload limit. They do meet their own internal caseload limit. So they set that up when the TIDC came out here, I think in 13 or 14. But following that, the state issued their own caseload standards following a big report, which actually Bill Cox was on the panel, so was I, so was Tony, to try to work this out. And so this isn't mandated that people stay under this, but it is an opportunity maybe to revisit if we're still happy with the caseloads that we have in the office. So that's just something that's going to be a very easy transition into our recommendations. So just to reiterate our bottom line, the El Paso PD and indigent defense system overall meet all the Fair Defense Act requirements. The PD, is measuring what they're doing, but there are some opportunities for improvement. And we do have this outstanding question about the caseloads, but until we're really down into the raw data that was provided by the county, we can't offer any conclusions on that. But caseloads, this opportunity of the paper written by, or for the Texas Indigent Defense Commission by Texas A&M that offers these new caseload standards would be an opportunity to reevaluate if everyone is still happy with where these are set. We also have the suggestion of maybe investigating the feasibility and implications of having representation at the first bail setting hearing, much like the PD is able to represent juveniles at all those detention hearings and adults in specialty courts. This would be kind of a good structure in the county to offer those support services. There's been, as Joel mentioned, some federal litigation around this recently. So if the county wants to make a plan, it would probably be a good time for the county to make a plan that benefits the county instead of having a federal court tell the county what the federal court thinks the county should do. We also recommend to county officials to look at some transparent performance metrics. So all of this information, like we said, exists in a qualitative manner. There are some workarounds to institute a quantitative measurement, but this may be a good opportunity to schedule out when these things are going to be reported and get a real sense of what they mean. We also think that the public defender who does put together their own data, and I think you guys have probably seen it at budget hearings, to really work that into an annual statistical report so they could tell their own story. Part of this would be developing protocols for their key quality measures to make sure that they're measured the same way with the same data, so they'll be comparable year over year. And then another thing that came out when we were reviewing the history of the office was that they did a client satisfaction survey about a decade ago. We think this might be a good time to revisit that. It's going to be, really more of their responsibility to do. It was interesting when we mentioned it, they said that they'd been thinking about the same opportunity for themselves. So I don't know, I think that may happen. We've seen through research anyway that defendants treated with respect, being integrated into the decision-making process, are going to have a good review of their attorney. I know sometimes people get nervous about doing these because they think like, oh, my person got 15 years in TDCJ, they're never going to give a good review, but the research doesn't bear that out. Then we also, just back to the workload reporting, we think that monitoring the compliance of lawyers, putting in the proportion of time spent on indigent defense cases, especially since it's mandatory in the indigent defense plan for the county, should be a priority, although it feels like it's already moving in that direction. So we also have recommendations to TIDC, which is, very low cost to you guys. This is for them. So we think that the TIDC needs to review the data that they collect and put up on their website for errors, to really break down what the formula are for producing those measurements, and then also provide people with some context. So numbers can't be misinterpreted by anyone trying to have a conversation about indigent defense, at the county or state level. We also think it might be a good opportunity with the number of public defender offices that are growing. Far West Texas PD started, maybe 5 years ago. The regional public defender office down in the valley keeps, growing. So it may be a good time for the public defenders in the state to get together and really talk about what data or policies or even qualitative work they could share across offices, and what would actually be of benefit to collect, because we don't want to have a make work situation, but if there's any way they can learn from one another, then we don't want to miss that opportunity. So that's it. That's all we really wanted to tell you. I'm very interested to come back with the answers to our lingering question about if the caseloads are impacting the outcomes. But in general, I think we're really grateful to be here in El Paso and get to look at a system that everyone is so interested in being focused on themselves. So if anybody has any questions, I can try to answer. If you want to see a picture of Fabello's grandson, I've got one on my phone.
Joel, could you come up? What are your plans or your department's plan to sort of incorporate what she just presented, the recommendations? Could you talk a little bit about the process?
Yes, in fact, it's such perfect timing to have an analysis like this, given the leadership in the public defender's office. We're getting ready to hire a new chief. We're going to be able to deliver them some very objective goals. So we'll be working more closely with them on strategies, integrating them into, as Jesse mentioned, the state collaboratives around this topic to ensure that we have best practices in place. Also, I think we just visited Harris County on Monday. Several of us, including the DA and Bill Cox and others, some judges. And so this is kind of helping us structure reevaluate the front end practices as well as we move forward. So the 48-hour, which we talked about a lot in budget, compressing to 48 hours, I think we're gonna have a more clear plan forward. Melissa's working on her analysis of those positions and our staffing needs for that, but we'll be back in the near future with some of this information and information from HR to make a final recommendation to the court on moving forward in that area. So overall, it's great timing. It's great to have this level of analysis. And again, we'll have the full package in May as Jesse mentioned, when they get the quantitative analysis done.
And the relationship with council of judges, how does that work? Are you guys sharing information? Are you
Yes.
participating?
Yes, and it's a good time there too. They recently updated the indigent defense plan, but that's something that has to be updated every year. And so they're going to be able to use this, and we're delivering this to them to help guide them in their next updates of the indigent defense plan. So it's going to be very helpful for them as well. And Jesse and Tony are planning a presentation for the judges.
Oh, excellent. Well, great curriculum that you have in your background. That's very impressive. And,
Yeah, well, it's weird to listen to all of them like sort of rat-a-tat-ted out.
okay. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Pettis?
Thank you, Jesse, as always, for all the great reports you provide. You know, I'm really looking forward to the report in May that's going to look at the comparison of outcomes, you know, between the public defender's office and assigned counsel. And you mentioned, I guess, in your presentation regarding, I guess, the assignment of counsel, that it's difficult to assess the compliance of or the randomness that, you know, the next name be followed with lack of electronic systems. Other counties do have electronic systems in place, right? I mean, that it's not.
Yeah, I mean, so there's some counties have, I mean, I don't know, like a software package that, you know, what they're using, so I can't stand up and say that, but, you know, it'll say like it electronically generates a name, and then if they skip the name, you know, there's a way to enter in a little reason, you know, so like in Travis County, it's pretty typical, like, oh, we're gonna skip because we wanna go to the mental health person, or we're gonna skip because we want like a Spanish-speaking attorney to work with this defendant. So like there's a way to, you know, indicate within the computer system you are skipping, and then write a little blurb about why.
I mean, is that something we can create in-house, or is that something we can look at, you know, I mean, some of the software that other people are using?
I think we evaluate both options for sure. I know that IT is interested in helping us with some in-house products right now, but I know that, you know, Jesse and I were just talking about that. There's some very robust products that currently exist as well, so we will take a close look at that.
So there are, like, again, just to reiterate, there's really realistic reasons that, you know, some of the names would be skipped. I know, like, the county has a approach here where if you've got you know, a misdemeanor and a felony, you're going to want the same lawyer on both cases, which means that, you know, if one name pops up for the misdemeanor, they may not be on the felony. So it just kind of creates, you know, something that's going to look like, oh my gosh, we skipped over 15%. But I mean, if 15% of your defendants have a case on both levels, then so what?
Just a side note on that point, during the opening of the meeting, I failed to introduce, we have John Dayhill here from the Conference of Urban Counties, and he reminded me that the state paid for some software to address some of these that we could tap into as well through the CUC. So we'll definitely look into all those options.
Because is caseloads like one reason? I mean that's, I guess that's part of the reason of having the 10% requirement that, you know, not more than 10% have 30% of the total cases. So like, let's say if caseloads start, you know, accumulating and getting higher, or they're not getting settled for whatever reason. I guess that's what sort of stands out to me, is that if we're not able to monitor, well, one, I guess the reporting of caseloads, and then two, if there's not really an electronic way of measuring the assignment of counsel, I mean, to me that seemed like it could be potentially problematic if not.
Right, I mean, so the problem there is that it's going to be a surprise because you're not like sort of measuring it on a regular basis. So at the end of the year, it's like, oh, oops, you know, this got, you know, away from us, or, you know, oh no, that's not, you know. Anyway, so yeah, that's part of this management by exception idea that, you know, that we talked about, you know, on some of the other slides, where it's just having something in there that allows us to really reflect, and, you know, there's no thing that's trending in either direction and you already know that you're at a good state, then not a problem. But if something looks like it's starting to trend in another direction, then you can look at it before it is a problem.
I think so. When it comes to the statewide recommendations, and so we got to put that on our lunch agenda, and, you know, talk to our delegation. I don't know if it's something that can be taken care of it administratively within the TIDC, or if you need a bill for it, but we need to, I think, be the leader on that as well, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that would be, we're working with TIDC, on this report. They did, allow some funding to, go into this. So I think that, where we say that they're one of our audiences, I mean, that's gonna be part of it. So I wouldn't, if you wanna get out in front of it, great. But, that's gonna be something that we're talking with Jeff Burkhart and the other, members of TIDC about. But, it feels like some recommendations that they're gonna, want to jump on themselves, because it's not onerous or bad.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Jesse.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Yep, my email's on there if you, are out for a run this afternoon and think, oh no, why didn't I ask?
Yes,
So,
thank you.
thanks, guys.
Judge, Commissioners, I'm asking that we go to item 12 next because we have consultants from out of town who need to catch a flight.
Item 12.
Item number 12, receive a presentation from the Planning and Development Department, Transportation Division on the Fabens Airport Business and Development Plan and the Fabens Airport Master Rezoning Projects.
Yes. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros, Director of Planning and Development. Happy to have with us here this morning a number of members of our consulting team. Mr. Raymond Deyes, Executive Director of the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority, and Mr. Edgar Fino with Atkins Global, the engineering consultant to the RMA. We have our transportation, our county transportation division staff, Mr. Sal Alonso, our transportation engineer, Reina Mayorga and Daniel Marquez, who are passing out copies of both presentations. And then we also have Mr. Nathan Paulsgrove with Garver, who is the consultant assigned to the development of the Airport Business Development Plan, and Mr. Carlos Gainat, principal and owner of Gainat Planning and Development, who is a sub to Atkins on the Fabens Airport Master Zoning Project. So these two projects are related to the ongoing effort to increase the economic vitality and resiliency of the Fabens Airport. The first presentation that will be presented by Mr. Paulsgrove from Garver is the development of the Airport Business Development Plan. We are in the final stages of completing this comprehensive study of the airport site, and Mr. Paulsgrove will go over what their findings have been thus far and include some recommended and discuss some recommended alternatives within the business development plan in terms of growing the runway, location of hangars and other support facilities within the airport footprint. And we'll be asking for the court's general concurrence, no formal action, but just concurrence on a scenario, and our recommendations are located within the presentation for that. And then following that presentation, Mr. Gainat will present an overview of where we are on the zoning study. The zoning study is critical to ensure that we can mitigate and prevent incompatible land uses at the airport, especially given the amount of investment that is going into the airport and the future plans for expansion of operations and facilities at the airport. So both presentations are about 10 to 15 minutes in length, and so I think it would be beneficial if the court went through both presentations and then reserved questions once you've seen both, because some of the questions that you all may have may end up being answered in the second one. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Paulsgrove with Garver.
Thank you, Jose. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to, good morning. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all today regarding the alternatives that have been developed as part of the Fabens Airport business planning process. Before I jump into the alternatives and the primary focus of what I'm here to talk about today, I wanted to give you just a brief overview of what the purpose of an airport business development plan is, and then also the steps that we go through to develop the plan, because I think that frames the discussion that we're going to have today. So as you see on the screen, the purpose of the airport business development plan is really to serve as a tool to set the strategic direction of the Fabens Airport from both a policy and an infrastructure perspective. And you notice the two words policy and infrastructure are underlined, and those are really, if you were to call them pillars, those are kind of the two pillars of the business plan. The business development plan is to look at what should the airport, or what's needed from an infrastructure perspective as the airport grows, as far as the runways, the taxiways, the ramp, the hangars, et cetera. But then also what's needed from a policy perspective to enable that growth and to be able to support that growth. And so those are the two key focuses that run throughout this business development planning process. The items that you see listed below that are the steps that the business development plan process follows. I'll walk you through them just at a high level. The very first one is the inventory phase. What I always, the way I like to think of this one is it's kind of like taking a snapshot in time of the airport as it is today. The idea being is that you need to understand what the airport currently has, so you have that as a baseline for understanding what you should develop or what may need to be developed in the future. And so that inventory is that snapshot in time of the airport from both an infrastructure and a policy perspective. The next thing is a forecast. That's where we look at, okay, based on economic growth in the region or potential economic growth in the region, what could we expect at the airport as far as additional aircraft operations, additional based aircraft at the airport, et cetera. The third step, the strategic facility and policy improvements, is where we take that inventory of what is today that snapshot in time and we overlay that with a forecast of what we think we'll need in the future, what we think operationally may be needed at the airport in the future, and we start deciding, okay, what are the infrastructure and policy improvements that are needed based on what we have today and activity that we expect in the future. So it's marrying those two things together. The next two steps kind of work in tandem, the alternatives and the preferred alternatives process, and that's where we are right now. So what we're doing in that phase is we're taking those facility and policy improvements that were defined in the previous phase, and we start looking at alternative layouts for making those happen. And this one is more intensive on the infrastructure side and focusing on looking at different options from an infrastructure development perspective and then trying to determine which approach or which alternative is the one that should be pursued for the future of the project. And so we work in those in tandem. The final thing is once we've defined here's the preferred development plan for the future, we do a capital improvement plan, which basically takes that kind of vision for the future from an infrastructure perspective and then starts breaking that apart into the projects, the steps that you would need to do to achieve it. And then the final thing that we submit is an airport layout drawing, which is a formal drawing that goes to the FAA that they stamp and review and approve. So within the alternatives process, which is primarily what we're going to talk about today, there's kind of three, I'll call them sub-steps. The first is we develop some initial alternatives of what the infrastructure at the airport could look like in the future based on those facility requirements that we talked about before, those development objectives. We show those to a number of different groups through a public outreach process. And then we, after taking that feedback in on the initial alternatives, then we refine the alternatives and then ultimately recommend a preferred alternative. And we'll show you kind of all three of those steps in the presentation that I'm providing to you today.
On that public outreach, how do you go about that?
So we did a lot of cooperative work with Carlos and the zoning, which you'll hear about soon, but typically you'll do public open houses. And then you also, as part of the planning process, you establish a steering committee, which is usually made up of economic development folks and other stakeholders for the airport, and they're engaged throughout the process. But then the public open house is where you kind of get feedback typically from the community at large, the pilot community that uses the airport, et cetera. One other thing I wanted to mention before I show you the alternatives themselves is the alternatives are segmented into two key areas. Airside alternatives, which focuses on the runways, the taxiways, basically the infrastructure that the aircraft themselves operate on when using the airport, taking off, landing, taxiing, et cetera. And then terminal landside alternatives. And that's basically everything outside of the runways and taxiways, such as the ramp areas that the aircraft will park on, the hangars, the landside access into the airport through the roadway system, et cetera. And so we look at alternatives in those two areas, but we always start with the airside alternatives first. So what I'm going to start showing you now is a series of alternatives. These first two are the two preliminary airside alternatives that we developed prior to doing the public outreach process. And so these are the alternatives that we showed as part of the public open house. I'll talk through the alternatives at a high level, just to give you an idea of some of the key factors that are considered in each one of these. If I were to summarize this first alternative in kind of a very succinct manner, This alternative basically focuses on improving the airport to meet existing design standards, FAA design standards, but focuses on the airport primarily continuing to serve the aircraft that it serves today, which are a lot of small single-engine piston aircraft, some light twin aircraft, so smaller aircraft with 2 engines, and then turboprop, some small jets, etc. But basically focusing on using, developing the airport in a manner that still focuses on smaller planes. You can see from the screen the lines that you see in pink and blue are new pavement that would be recommended. What you see outside of that is the existing pavement. So you can see the existing runway basically running east to west along the bottom of your page. That's runway 826 that's currently at 4,200 feet. In this proposed alternative, excuse me, the runway would actually be extended to 5,000 feet. That would be your primary runway. The orientation of runways as far as the way they're laid out is based on the winds in the area, and your winds favor that direction east-west. And so that runway would be extended and would serve as your primary runway that would be used under this alternative. The secondary runway that you see, crosswind runway, that runs more in a north-south direction, would be something that would really be for long-term planning purposes. That's not something that would be a high priority, but as part of planning processes, one of the things we always recommend is thinking ahead and making sure that you're accounting for things that may occur 15, 20 years from now, even if you don't think that's something that's going to be necessarily needed in the near term. And so we're planning on another 5,000-foot crosswind runway for planning purposes. The second alternative follows the same basic layout, but the key difference between this alternative and the previous alternative is, and I'll term it this way, this alternative really focuses on taking the airport to the next level as far as the aircraft that it serves. So this alternative focuses more on being able to serve light cargo, small or mid-sized to larger corporate jets that might be able to use the airport. It develops the infrastructure in that manner. And based on a lot of the economic data that we looked at and we heard from meeting with stakeholders, that seems like that's a possibility. So from a planning perspective, we wanted to think about that as part of the alternatives process. So those were the two initial alternatives that we developed, airside alternatives. So now I'll talk a little bit about the public outreach that we did and some of the feedback we got. So on the screen before you now, you see both of the boards. This is actually from the open house. These are pictures from the open house. We asked stakeholders as they came through to put dots, on the alternative that they preferred or that they thought should be the one that was selected as the preferred alternative going forward. And as you can see, overwhelmingly, alternative 2 was the one that was preferred from everybody that was there. They all said that they felt like that one supported the real development of the airport in the area best moving forward. However, there were a couple comments that we received at the airport or at that open house that we wanted to take to heart and see what we could do. The first one was, as you can see in both of those alternatives, and I'll flip back to the previous one to give you a better visual. You can see basically on the left side of your page the change in North Loop Road. It goes through there. Several people were concerned about the impact of moving that road, and were also concerned about an irrigation channel that runs through there and the impact that that could have. Moving the road would require moving the irrigation channel, and so there was concern there. And so coming out of that public outreach process, that was one of the things that we wanted to take a look at and say, is there any way to minimize the impact to the community, but still deliver this alternative that meets the stronger focus on economic development in the area? And so with that in mind, that's where alternative 3 came from. This was developed after that public open house. So this alternative is the same as alternative 2. However, the difference is that instead of moving North Loop Road, we would actually put a tunnel through there, which would allow you not to move the road and not move the irrigation channel. There's actually another airport up in Indiana that had a similar situation that used this same type of solution, where they, instead of moving a road, they actually just did a tunnel where the road is to be able to provide the proper protection. The green zone that you see at the end of each of those runways is basically a protection zone that the FAA mandates that you don't want public roadways to go through, et cetera. And so one way to remedy that in this particular alternative was to do a tunnel there as opposed to actually moving the roadway. The second comment that we heard a good bit about, or we got some feedback on, I should say, is would it be any easier if you didn't use the existing runway and you just moved the runway in that 826 layout, that east-west layout, farther to the north? Would it be better to do that, and that way you minimize impacts on the roadways, et cetera? And so we wanted to look at that formally in an alternative. So what you see in this alternative is basically taking the existing runway 826, decommissioning it, and then moving it to the north. The good side of this is that obviously it doesn't require any impact to North Loop Road. The downside is you're building a whole new runway, and so there's a lot more infrastructure development costs that you would have to pay for related to the development of that, or at least that you would have to seek grant funding on that. So, but there'd be more of a financial impact in this particular alternative. So with all that being said, after developing those two initial alternatives, gathering public feedback, and then doing the two additional alternatives, alternatives 3 and 4, the recommendation is that alternative 3 be the preferred development alternative. It enables the support of larger aircraft at the airport, so you would be able to see some of as the economy of the area grows, the airport would be able to support some of that lighter cargo corporate activity that you would typically see as an economy expands. It also minimizes community impact through the use of that tunnel as opposed to moving the road. And then the other thing that we're always big proponents of with any of these alternatives is, does it minimize development cost, and does it utilize your existing infrastructure to the greatest extent possible? And this one utilizes the existing runway 826 infrastructure, which will help minimize the cost for development in the future. So that was the airside alternatives. The second set of alternatives, if you remember, were terminal landside alternatives. So now we're stepping away from the runways and the taxiways, and we're looking at the areas where aircraft park.
Yes, before we do that, I apologize for interrupting.
No problem.
I'm sure you heard, if you can go back to the previous slide, I hear from pilots as they approach, there's a drop-off. And is there the possibility of possibly leveling the land a little? It would be to the east of the runway. Apparently there's, as they approach, you have to get down quick, very quickly to make that landing. What is there a solution for that?
On the east side of the airfield, or the west side where the drop-off is?
It's on the east side.
Okay. So what we would probably need to do long-term there is look at an obstruction analysis to determine if there's any particular obstructions that need to be considered as far as the development of instrument approaches in the area. But the one thing that can be done as part of a runway redevelopment project is you can raise or lower the runway to some extent to try to mitigate that. But we did hear that same concern as well. Some of it is a factor of just the development that's on that east side already, and kind of the rising topography there. It's not a very flat area. So it could be mitigated to some extent, but you would still probably have a fairly steep angle of approach to that side of the runway.
And when you took the preferred, you're taking that into consideration?
Yes, sir.
That, yeah, because I understand, I've gone there and you lose quite a lot of yardage before you actually can land on the runway.
Yeah, and the one thing that will help with that, and it doesn't come out incredibly clearly in these alternatives because of the size, is we would actually be moving the threshold of runway 26, which is the side on the east. We would actually be moving that slightly to the west to give you better separation between kind of existing development and the runway end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the terminal landside alternatives, there's two key things that we always consider when we're talking about hangar development, because that's really the primary focus. I should say before I get into that, you can see on the screen, this is an existing aerial of the airport. You see the existing building there, that's the FBO building currently at the airport. But the two key things that we always focus on from a terminal area landside development perspective is, one, we want to make sure that the box hangars that typically have your more corporate or business oriented aircraft have better roadway access to be able to get in and out of the airport. Why? Because they're typically the ones that will have more deliveries or 18-wheeler traffic, et cetera. And so as a general planning practice, we don't try to put them where you're going to have multiple bends in the road and curves where they're going to have to try to navigate to get to another side of the airport. And so in this particular alternative, you'll see that all the box hangers, those are the red rectangles that you see on the screen, the larger ones on the right side. Those are, we put all the box hangers on that side of the airport. That's basically the east side of the airport. The other thing that we always consider as a planning practice is typically the longer, thin rectangular boxes that you see. Those are called T-hangers, which are basically individual parking spaces for aircraft is probably the best way to think of them. So it's like a row of small hangars where multiple aircraft can park, and they each have like their individual storage shed, if you will, is probably a good analogy for it. The other practice that we always follow is we typically try to separate out those developments. Why? Because typically mixing them leads to loss of utilization of space. If you start mixing larger aircraft with smaller aircraft, you start sizing facilities for the larger aircraft, and you end up basically wasting space because some of the smaller aircraft don't need that. And so if you separate them out, typically you're able to make better economies of the space that you have, the limited space that you have. So in this alternative, the box hangars that would be for more of that corporate light cargo development are all on the east side of the airfield. The T hangars, those smaller individual storage hangars, are all on the west side of the airfield. The second alternative, we wanted to look at flip-flopping that to see if there was any reason to reconsider developing it the other way. So in this alternative, you see the T hangars developed on the east side of the airfield, and you see the box hangars developed on the west side of the airfield. In general, and I'll go ahead and flip to the last slide. Based on public outreach, you can see we got overwhelmingly, most people preferred terminal landside alternative 1 because they felt like it met those development objectives of separating out the smaller aircraft, the larger aircraft, and then also giving the better roadway access to the larger hangars. And so the preferred terminal landside alternative recommendation is to go with alternative 1. The other thing that I mentioned in this, I should have mentioned earlier, and it's shown on the screen now before you, is this alternative also integrates really well with UTEP's Muro Center and what they're doing there. And so as that center expands, this layout is more congruent with the type of development that they would probably have as far as how it interfaces with the airport. So, and with that, I will turn it over to Carlos.
Good morning, everyone. Carlos Gallinard with Gallinard Planning and Development. Happy to be here with you this morning. The next portion of the presentation, and I guess we need to pull it up, please. So as they're pulling up the presentation, I will preface it by saying the next portion of the presentation has to do with zoning. And I know that the word zoning in a county government such as El Paso is non-existent, so I'm going to walk you through and I know Commissioner Robinson knows what I'm talking about, having spent some time at the City Council. But there are some provisions for zoning at the county level, and I'm going to walk you through those. So first of all, let me give you the project scope. Carlos Gallinard with the Gallinard Planning and Development, subconsultant to the RMA and to Atkins Engineering. Part of the project scope, there's various tasks that we have been asked to provide. The first one is to do community engagement. And then the Airport Zoning Commission technical assistance, which I will also walk you through in just a second. There's research and data that we're doing to compare best practices across Texas as it relates to zoning at county airports. We will provide the staff with GIS mapping to ensure that we are providing you what we would call a land use map and a hazard map as we move forward through the county court order. And then the two major deliverables will be the zoning master plan and the court order. And then part of our process will also include walking staff and you all through the adoption process sometime in the first quarter of 2020. Here is the timeline. We started this work back in July 9th was the notice to proceed. We have done a couple of public participation events. We started drafting portions of the plan. Our goal is to get the drafts to the staff in December with some time for staff and the court to review, and then have a final review and adoption process, as I mentioned, first quarter of 2020, sometime in the March timeline is what we're looking at. Here's a much more detailed project schedule. It's part of your handout. I'm not going to go through it in detail, but it gives you an idea of what we have been spending the last several months, and then walks you through the entirety of the project. We have delivered a community outreach plan, which was part of our task that I outlined. We have also delivered a County Airport Zoning Commission report with a recommendation, and I will also walk you through that in just a second. So let's talk about zoning and land use. As I mentioned, typically speaking, zoning and land use regulations are things that are given to municipalities and in the state of Texas, not to county governments. There is an exception in the Local Government Code, Chapter 241, that does give the county some degree of zoning only as it relates to airports. So I want to make sure that I'm making the distinction that when we're talking about zoning in general, as most of us know us living in the city limits, there are some very limited zoning regulations that the county does have, again, only around airports, and I'm going to walk you through what those are. What the slide in front of you, what it does is gives you an idea of what we're talking about zoning in general as granted to municipalities, which is the column to my left. So when we're talking about zoning in municipalities, we're usually talking about land use. If you own a piece of property within the city limits of El Paso, just because you own a piece of property does not mean that you can do whatever you want with it, right? Again, zoning regulations are there to regulate certain land uses. So for example, if you have a residential 1 or an R2 or an R3, typically you can only build a single family home. If you have a C1, C2, C3, the C means commercial, and the numbers dictate the density of the type of commercial. So C1 will be reserved for neighborhood commercial, a 7-Eleven, a coffee shop, something that is at the neighborhood level. A C4 is a Target or a Super Walmart, and then C5 in the city limits refers to downtown El Paso. So again, just to reiterate, zoning at the municipal level looks at land use, the height of structures, lot dimensions. You have to be very specific on your lot dimensions when you plat. There's the setbacks between structures. You have parking regulations depending on the land use. You have signage regulations, the size of the sign, the height of the sign, and then you have screening and fencing. You might have other zoning regulations such as historical preservation. All this to say that those are not things that you will be able to regulate at the county level, right? At the county level, as I mentioned, local chapter 241 limits, again, the zoning authority to the county to 3 different things. That is land uses, again, talking about residential, commercial, industrial, the height of the structures, and the types of structures. All of this, because what you want to do is mitigate any interference of structures or land uses that may be non-compatible with the airport activity. Makes sense, right? You don't want, for example, a high antenna to be within the landing strip or the line of sight of airplanes coming and going. So you want to make sure that you are limiting those types of land uses. As I mentioned, when we talk about land use and zoning at the county level, we're talking about 2 areas. One is incompatibility with airport use. These are pictures that are there now. If you had zoning authority 5 years ago when this subdivision was first platted and came to formation, you would have been able to limit again to some degree the land uses next to the airport. The purpose being is that it's twofold. Again, as I mentioned, you don't want to have incompatible land uses that might interfere with the activities at the airport. And then 2, you also want to protect residents or businesses that are next to the airport from nuisances that come with living next to the airport. So it's not just to protect the county airport, it's also to protect the safety, welfare, and health of residents living or potentially living within close proximities to the airport. The other area that I want to talk about again, as I mentioned, so just to reiterate, county does have zoning authority as it relates to airports, but very limited, and it's also very limited in scope. The Chapter 241 says that you can look at 1.5 miles from the center line of the runway, and then up to 5 miles from the end of the runway, which is what this map shows, with the difference being 3 miles instead of 5. So it just gives you an idea of what you might be able to regulate. However, we're not going to put zoning conditions or zoning regulations in areas that don't make sense, right? You want to limit the scope to a very small area within the airport. This is just illustrative, and it gives you an idea of what those hazard zones is, what you call zoning districts in this type of scenario. that the hazard zones are preliminary and are for illustrative purposes only, but gives you an idea of, yes, you can look at that 1.5 miles and up to 5 miles, but we will be limited in our scope and very strategically looking at ensuring that we put some zoning regulations to lessen the impact on private property owners. The other area that I want to focus on is Chapter 241 requires the county to create an administrative body to regulate these things, right? Again, if you were in the city of El Paso, you'd have the City Plan Commission that looks at all different cases coming through that body. In this case, you don't have one currently. And so in order for you to pass any zoning regulations, you would first have to create a zoning commission. In this case, the 241 gives different choices. So for example, if the airport was next to the city limits of El Paso, you could do a multi-jurisdictional commission. Because you're not, you could also just create your own. In creating your own, you also have multiple options. One is create one that is based on the 5 commissioners appointing someone into that body, or it could be you. The county commissioners court can be the zoning authority that regulates these things. There's 2 other bodies that you're going to need to think about as you move forward. One is the staff that is administrating applications as they're coming in, right? So the first one is the administrative agency. In this case, we recommend that it's the county public works department or the planning department, if you will. And then, as I mentioned, the airport zoning commission. You have the joint multi-jurisdictional body, or you could be the county commissioners court. Our recommendation in the report that we've given to your legal staff is that because we don't anticipate that you're going to have voluminous amount of applications coming through, that you may want to have it be your body to begin with. As things pick up and more activity happens at the airport, you may want to consider then giving that task to a citizen-led committee. Of course, that is a question for you all to decide, but again, we wanted to make sure that we were giving you the various different options that are presented to you through Chapter 241. And then the final body that you're going to have is a board of adjustment. That one does have to be separate from the political body and the administrative body so that you have some degree of remedy in case that an applicant comes in, staff denies the permit because it doesn't fall within the zoning regulations. You then deny the permit because you're taking some degree of input from staff. You want to make sure that property owners have some degree of remedy to go through a zoning board of adjustment, okay? So those are the 3 bodies that you're going to have to look at again. We're happy to walk you through those as subsequent weeks and months and as we move forward with the project. But you will have to, just again to reiterate, if you cannot pass any court order dealing with zoning without having first established the zoning commission. Okay.
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize.
No problem.
So if they did appoint a body under the AZC, could they be the Board of Adjustment?
No, the board of adjustment has
Absolutely
to
has to be
be
separate.
independent, separate, citizen-led. That one you do
Okay.
need to have some degree of arm's length from the political process. No problem. Yes, and then we'll talk about public outreach. As Nathan mentioned, we have been doing some public outreach over the past several months. We've had a series of community meetings. The first one being September 18th. We had one last night. We anticipate to have a final and third one, or perhaps more, but the one that we have scheduled is in January, once we've had a chance to draft the court order, had a chance for staff to take a look at it, had a chance for some degree of public input. We've had one-on-one stakeholder meetings, individual property owners. We've had some input from the advisory committee. And then I put the asterisk on the airport zoning commission meetings because those will be public meetings. And so when you're ready to gear up through the commission, those will be publicly announced and the public will have a chance to speak at those meetings. We've had other events. On October 26th, we had the airport festival in which I saw the county judge there. We were passing out flyers. These are just some pictures from the first community meeting that we talked about. The public outreach where we had staff out there passing out the flyers that are in front of you. The flyers are also bilingual. This is left a slide here to show that we had the meeting last night. We had about 15-20 residents come out, had a good discussion over the course of the hour and a half that we were there. And then as I mentioned, outreach materials have been bilingual, English and Spanish. We had, again, the Q&A question flyer that's in front of you. We also had individual comment cards that folks have been filling out. Those are to help us inform the decision-making process as we move forward with a final product. The next steps, we will submit on the first week in December, December 2nd. We will submit the draft plan and court order to your staff. We hope to have some degree of input and back and forth in January. We'll have that final or third community meeting in January, and then February, March, go through the adoption process with Commissioners Court and your staff. I want to leave you with two last slides. I think it's important that you all recognize the important work that you're doing. This was from this past week. UTEP awarded $70 million for advanced manufacturing and a lot of the work that you all are now doing out at the airport. Some of this funding will go towards those activities being done currently. And so I think it's important that folks recognize that as you move forward with your ambitious plans to increase capacity at the airport, you want to make sure that you also couple that with some degree of zoning regulation so that you're mirroring what you're doing with the incompatibility of land uses that might deter you from moving forward. And then the final slide, this is from the El Paso International Airport from exactly about 100 years ago. This is in the 1920s, 1925. I think it's very seldom when one gets to work on a project that we may not get to see the fruition of it, right? But that's okay, that's sort of the work that we're doing. So just to leave you with some scope in mind, looks very similar to the Favens Airport. And so just honored and privileged to be here today and have the opportunity to work on this important project with you guys. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Nathan is also here as well.
Carlos, obviously, we're really excited about the potential from economic development to, corporate being able to, transfer material to people wanting to come by the missions. I mean, it's just an incredible. One of the things I wanted to ask you is that, we're trying to balance between the research with UTEP and then creating a very significant, regional airport. And it looks like there's some other things that they need as far as boundaries. They talked about classified information, technology, and are you taking that into consideration on the zoning that they might need certain things from zoning versus what the actual airport might need from zoning?
So, Judge, let me see if I can answer the question, and then if I can't, I'm going to ask Nathan to answer it because I think he's probably spent a little bit more time with UTEP in that regard. So with zoning, let's pretend we're moving forward. We submit to you a zoning regulation. As I mentioned to you, it will be very limited in scope, right? Again, you're one, because the state does not give you the overreach that the city has in terms of zoning. So we're going to look at land uses, perhaps 2 or 3, residential being one of them, a few others. You're going to have to limit the height of structures. You don't want structures to be too tall that interfere with the flight patterns of airplanes coming and going. And then also the materials, you don't want reflective materials that might cause a pilot to lose sight of the runway. I don't know that I know specifically the issue dealing with UTEP as it relates to security. In my estimation,
even safety.
It may. I was going to say it may just be not necessarily a zoning regulation. It may just be safety and security standards separate and parcel from the zoning that UTEP and the county will perhaps have to implement. Judge, that in my estimation may not have anything to do with the zoning regulations, right? It's interior to the building. It may be interior to measures of safety and security practices that are implemented through UTEP and through the airport staff and the county. Did you want to add to that?
Well, yeah, just in my conversations with Dr. Shadari, and they have certain precautions because they have certain things that they have to do, and that balance I think is going to be. And the reason I'm saying this is I think we never really need to look at. At first, when I talked to Natalicio, Dr. Natalicio, I was concerned that they weren't interested in the airport itself more than the research, but she tells me the combination is extremely important. One, you're going to have universities being able to come in for other parts of the country. You've got Lockheed maybe wanting to use it, and Boeing. Right. So that was very enthusiastic. But then they also have certain areas where they have to be away because of some of the experiments and things that they're doing. So I just wanted to make sure that that they're part of of this conversation in respect to zoning as well, because they asked of certain boundaries away from some of the areas where they're doing this experimentation. So Nathan, you might want to.
Sure, UTEP has been involved throughout the business development plan. They're part of the steering committee. And the issue hasn't come up so much on the security side, but on the safety side, with some of the engine test cell facilities and things that they're developing out there. And, you know, we've worked collaboratively with them on that. You know, if they need a certain amount of space, around an area clear, then we've taken that into consideration as part of the planning process. The other thing that we've been working with them on is, as they develop those facilities, is making sure that all the proper FAA paperwork gets submitted, so it can go through all the proper channels, from a kind of a more macro level charting of, you know, the aeronautical facility, the instrument approaches, and so all those things can be properly cleared through the FAA.
Yeah, and I had a conversation with a gentleman in Horizon that does a lot of the military contracts and so forth. And he was talking about the fact that he needed a boundary of certain distance because of the type of things that he was doing. So I just want to make sure that if there's some potential to do other things in that area, that we've taken into consideration maybe some of these other things that, like boundaries away from the airport.
Absolutely.
Just to sort of look at the big picture, because you mentioned you're going to look at not only what we would like, but what's some of the potential that can take place. And that's exciting, right? We're not just looking at, this is what we have, but what are some of the areas, maybe larger aircrafts or more research and all these other things?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Good point,
Appreciate it. Commissioner Leon?
I'm sure you took this into consideration, but the facilities that are nearby, there's railways, there's a railroad nearby, there's distribution facilities up and down Alameda that are relatively close to the airport, and the Tornillo port of entry. Do these factor into any kind of future possibilities?
On the business side? Yeah, I think absolutely. That was a key point of discussion in the forecasting effort. One of the things that you look at as part of forecasting is typically airport growth is based on the growth in the economy of a region. And so, the opportunities with Tornillo, the port of entry, the development in the region, et cetera, were all things that led to the thought process that, we don't want to, in the alternatives process, we don't want to think just of keeping the airport serving the same aircraft that it is today. We want to make sure that it's, that we're planning for it to serve the aircraft that it could need to serve in the future.
Hey, Commissioner Leon, if I could add two things, which you bring up a good point, and I want to make sure that I didn't touch upon it this morning, but I did last night. So the other thing too that happens is that once the county implements quote unquote a zoning standard or a zoning regulation on various parcels of land, whatever has been built before that regulation takes effect is grandfathered. So you cannot have someone take their building down, right? It's grandfathered, it's there, it was there before zoning. So I want to make sure that that's also understood, that just because you zone something doesn't mean that the county is going to overreach and make you to take down structures. Number two, and I talked about this last night as well, is that while we may limit the ability for property owners to not do certain things, and again, we're going to be very strategic of what those certain things are, you also have the opportunity, as Nathan mentioned, to increase the capacity of your buildings through other uses that are airport related. So as the airport increases in capacity and economy and use, you may have a warehouse, for example, on Alameda that is vacant currently, but then because there's so much activity, can serve as warehousing for airport related functions. Or other functions. We had a whole list down last night of different activities that you would be able to use your land for, right? Many people, when it comes to zoning, they get a little bit nervous because, hey, here's the government, it might be a takings issue, they're gonna take my land away. It's not that at all. Again, what we're trying to do is just to make sure that we're all being good neighbors to each other, but then also to recognize that there may be other opportunities to increase the capacity of your land because of all the other things that you are doing through the airport.
Having said that, so expediting the process is important, right? The sooner we get the zoning and the understanding the quicker that somebody might move in and not have to adhere to the new zoning.
Correct.
Okay.
That's exactly.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just had a quick
Great
question.
job, yeah. Commissioner Pitts.
Regarding the scope of zoning, I guess, how does it work in terms of, are we just gonna sort of zone, I guess, to the maximum capacity right now? Or are we gonna look at, what is the use of the airport that, in the future use that the court ultimately determines it's the direction that it wants to go in, and then the zoning will then fall into, will ultimately match that?
Commissioner Pettis, quick question. So to answer the question, your first one, no, we're not going to overreach. As I mentioned, that map that shows you the area that you could zone, not that at all. Okay, so I want to make sure that that's clear. The scope then is going to be very limited. So unlike traditional city zoning that that one parcel of land is R1, you might see a map that's yellow and red and what have you, right, based on zoning. This one is actually not like that. You look at zoning based on the flight patterns of flights coming in and going. So it's going to be a very specific cone, if you will. And then you look at the area of influence within the landing strip. So as an example, it could be, which is what we're looking at now, it may be just as little as 3,000 to 4,000 feet from the runway. And that's it, right? And that zone, that hazard zone, may only fall within a 1/2 of a parcel or a corner of a parcel. And so you would then limit zoning to wherever that zone overlays. The rest of the parcel, status quo, as you were enjoying it or as you wanted, whatever it is that you had planned for your parcel. So it's going to be very limited in scope, and want to make sure that you look at that. And again, as we develop the standards over the next 2 or 3 weeks and work with your staff, we'll make sure that we're working with them to address those issues.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Great
Thank you.
presentation.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate it. What's that?
Judge Commissioners, thank you. Just wanted to add a few follow-ups to some of the questions. The county's been working with the university and with the RMA actually on assisting the university in master planning and conducting a business and development plan for the land that they lease from UT Lands. And so that is that agreement is being finalized and UTEP should begin work with their consultants on that. There's hope to try and align the work that the county's done with Garver with what university would do with them. But then lastly, we did want to ask for some just direction, some concurrence that the preferred scenarios that were presented today are that the court is in agreement with those scenarios, just so we can begin to finalize the plan. And the reason why those scenarios are critical is because they affect the airport layout drawing, which is eventually submitted to the FAA for their approval and review. So we would ask for just no formal action, but just some general concurrence that those preferred alternatives the court is in agreement with them.
It was so sort of what's the word? I mean, everybody seemed to. There would have been some maybe someone at this one and the other one at the other one, but it was so unanimous that the ones that they chose that it would be hard to challenge their preference.
Okay, so it'd be the airside preferred alternative 3, and then landside terminal preferred alternative 1. So okay,
Yes, sir.
great. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Always do a great job. Thank you. So, thank you. Hello. Raymond.
Would you like to go back to regular order?
Item 8, we have somebody here for item 8. Okay, we can go to that item.
Good morning.
Item number 8, discuss and take appropriate action regarding distributing information for outside agencies, including the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, using county delivery systems in time.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Guzman with American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Union. This item has been brought to you for asked me to drop off information or to notify employees.
I'm sorry, David.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just making sure they have a copy.
All right.
Does everybody have 2 pages? One is a draft that says RF because the watermark doesn't print, and the other one I just hand wrote
On the
draft.
bottom.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes, we've been discussing, notification for employees to have, notification on union, organization as AFSCME is. We've talked to Ms. Kelly here and, we've been, I think, very good on communications. Now, there's only one thing that we are questioning here on the, solicitation. It's not a solicitation, it would be more of a notification policy. Cause I think solicitation is a big word and I think it goes for what the county says, that so nobody could be out soliciting. So I think, I had made a draft that I sent you all, but, I don't know, Ms. Keller is in agreement with me of changing solicitation to notification policy, because solicitation is not, it's bad for the business, isn't it? There is a policy that says that nobody could be solicited. So here on that one that says the RF, on top, solicitation, AFSCME would like to review, I'd like to change that to notification policy instead of solicitation policy.
Betsy?
sure. Judge, Commissioners, so let me give a little bit of background. So over the entire 12 years I've been here, every couple of years we get a request from AFSCME to be able to distribute information to our employees. In the past, the county has had a no solicitation policy. And I want to provide a little bit of additional information to the court. So there's two other aspects to this you need to be aware of. First of all, we get requests from various agencies, and some of them providing really good information for employees, not detrimental. For example, I think in the last month we've had a request from a local training agency to please distribute information for them to try to get employees to sign up for their training. And we don't generally promote private business. That's an example of a private business asking to solicitate our employees. Also, we have had, and David and I have had this discussion, we've had cases in the past where employees did not, they had brought forward concerns that they thought that AFSCME, because we allow a payroll deduction and because the county pushes became aware of it somehow through the county, that they were actually able to collective bargain for, to represent those employees, and they paid dues and then found out that they did not collective bargain for employees. So there's been those other two aspects for you to be aware of. So with that in mind, that we generally don't allow solicitation of our employees, and based on this request that AFSCME had brought forward, I drafted this policy that says, okay, we are going to let AFSCME solicit in these mechanisms. I'm not would not have heartache over changing the word solicitation, but it's generally an exception to our solicitation policy. And so that's why I wrote it this way. I also wanted to explain the second one that says draft in handwriting. I actually just did that one this morning. I would not ask you to adopt it today. It's an example of what we would do to address one of the concerns that AFSCME expressed to me when we talked about this first policy. If you want to adopt a policy to allow this, this is what I would recommend, and I don't care if we change the word solicitation, to information distribution or notification, however we'd like to title it. This one I would not ask you to adopt today. I would need to run it through HR, through civil service, through legal. But one of the concerns that David expressed was he wanted it to be clear that employees aren't retaliated against by being a member of AFSCME. And so I don't believe they are. It's something we would not support. And so this is a administrative policy. This is a personnel policy. And retaliation is a personnel policy. So I would separate that out into our current anti-discrimination, harassment, retaliation policy. And then recommend that if the court wants to allow for something like this, that we adopt this policy with the notification wording change.
Betsy, sorry, I just wanted to address something you said, that there is no collective bargaining. And I know that, I'm very pro-unions, but also there may not be any collective bargaining, which is understood, but there is representation and assistance. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. I have never had any problems with me representing an employee. I get called in and I just go into HR. Even at the first phase, I don't say anything, but I just sit down and listen. And then from there on, I take over and everything. But representation has never been denied at all by.
I just wanted to clarify that to make
Right.
certain that employees are aware of that.
Right, it's just that the concern that's been, the complaints that have been brought to us have been employees who thought that they were going to have collective bargaining representation by joining a union.
Understood, but there is assistance.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
with
sir.
with that said too, fortunately, I'm the first person that an employee comes to, and I never say anything about collective bargaining, because here collective bargaining does not exist. For I know for a fact, Betsy and I come from collective bargaining, and here I'm the first one that talks to the employee. Never say a word of collective bargaining because it's not feasible for me to say anything like that.
And I do want to note to the court, so for example, this is a great example of where David brought an idea forward. We discussed what he was wanting. I explained our concern. He was very amenable to adjusting to the concerns like employees have expressed. I think we have a very, very good relationship with AFSCME. HR never has expressed any concerns with them, and how they've conducted, so it's a very professional working relationship,
I
no
had
concerns in
several
that.
discussions with David and other
Aspect.
members, so, but Commissioner Roberts?
Thank you, Judge. First thing I would advocate that we don't adopt this now, but I like to do further review on this, and personally, myself, from my position, but the word, changing the word solicitation, I would advocate that we change that word and take it out. For the more informational purposes as opposed to that we or they are soliciting. But we're not intending to adopt this today.
Well, I think you're recommending the administrative party.
It's up to you all. I mean, you could adopt it today with the change of the word solicitation to notification, but not adopt the second one, or I could put them on together when the other one is ready, or I could take just this one if you want to allow additional time for review of it. I could take it back, I could bring it back on December 2nd.
Well, I prefer to come out December 2nd, because I like to look at it more in depth myself. I don't know about the rest of the commission.
Yeah, and I think it would be good to look at both at the same time,
Yeah.
because if anything comes up in the review with attorneys and so forth, and then we've already adopted an administrative one, so I think it would put it as a package.
Okay, so this one I will not be able to bring back on December 2nd because it has to go through a process.
Okay.
With civil service commission hearing. So if you want them to bring back together, it'll be later than December 2nd.
Is there any impact on your
Well,
side?
there's only one thing that this came up about. We have brought the issue up about the flyers. They took it into the attorneys, and then several of you all called me up and said everything's ready. So I think I don't know what Ms. Keller will say, to put up the flyers. There'll be no problem, and then we'll deal with the information, because it has been already okayed by the attorneys to put up the flyers. The only thing we were apparently stopped right now, it was to put the policy together. But the issue of putting the flyers, I think, is already solved.
So I would ask that you then adopt this today.
Yes, and then wait for the.
I like the rules to be in place first myself. But or if you want to allow the flyers immediately. Otherwise, I'd ask that you wait till December 2nd to allow the flyers at the same time and let us bring this back December 2nd and then allow the flyers that time frame.
I think we can wait on the HR policy, but I mean, we've been talking about this for quite a while.
Yes.
The actual flyer and it's different than what was originally proposed, and I appreciate ASME for working with Betsy and our offices to
Yes, of course.
to accept the changes that we did propose, because in the beginning it was a little bit ambiguous, and Betsy wanted to make sure that things were very clearly stated, and I think with this flyer they are, and I appreciate also Betsy, you all working on the policy, and I mean, I'm ready to
I mean, personally, I think it's very ill-timed considering that we're in election season. Your organization has already endorsed certain candidates and has already gotten involved in races involving this governing body.
What does that have to do with this, sir? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm
I don't
saying,
get it.
I mean, so where there's the provision where it says they cannot advocate for or against any ballot measures or candidates. I understand that aspect, but what do you do with the information off premises? I mean, you do retain the information of employees.
But no, sir. No, no.
Or their contact information.
There's no such thing as that. No, sir. No.
You don't retain their information
No.
for.
We do, but not for any election things. No. That's separate from. This is for employees' representation here, for the employee to know that there's a representative. What do you all do when you have a question? First thing you do is call Ms. Betsy. Ms. Betsy, what is it? You have your counsel. Counsel, what is it? Does the employee have the same right? Say, hey, if they're going to HR, say, you know what, excuse me, I have a representative with me, or can I call my representative to see what is going on? This does not have to do with anything on elections. I'm sorry, sir, but no, it's not for that. This is for employees here.
So what you're saying is this is for information and advocation for the employees?
Yes, sir. We help the employees out. I'm the person that goes into these disciplinary actions. I am the person.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward to me that, this policy is for flyers that go up in the county.
Yes, that's it.
In county facilities, and it says they cannot advocate or against any ballot measures. I think what the union does outside of the county, that's their business.
The first flyer that went out was this right here. And I think this was a big flyer because the word union does not exist in Texas. I'm sorry to say it, for the guys that don't have collective bargaining. But this was the first one. And I think that's why they say, well, you know what? How is it that they're going to be a union? No, all right, so we changed it. Ms. Betsy, me and Ms. Betsy, she said, you know what, give me what you guys do. This is what we do. We represent the employees. We advise the employees. We give them out. And this is all we do. And we had to put it on there too. We don't have collective bargaining. That's it. This is the flyers going to go out. There's no such thing. We're not going to put no political. We just want the people to come in, people to know that AFSCME is here to represent them, to help them out, to advise them. That's all we need to do. That's all we're doing.
We're going to adopt this today. This would be applicable to only AFSCME or anyone to post flyers.
It would only be applicable to AFSCME.
Okay.
So, Erica, how would the motion go?
So, Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Judge Eric Rosales, Assistant County Attorney. So if you wish the motion to be to approve or to accept the AFSCME solicitation policy, revising it to replace solicitation with notification, that would be the motion.
I so move.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
No.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
David, thank you.
Well, thank you very much,
Let him
y'all.
work. Betsy, thank you for,
On behalf of AFSCME, you guys have a nice Thanksgiving, everybody. Betsy, everybody else, thank you very much.
Betsy, thank you for working through the process from where it was to now.
Item 9, Susan, if we could.
Item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action to continue the Paupers Petition Program, including authorizing the county attorney's office to contract with a private attorney to provide legal representation in reviewing and contesting indigency or paupers oaths
that are filed with the district clerk in family law cases. The aggregate amount of this contract will not exceed $43,000.
Judge, Commissioners, we do have other individuals coming down for this item. We can start, and I have Sylvia Duarte here from the District Clerk's Office. As you may recall, this was a program that the court approved early in 2019 as a pilot project. At the time, what we had is we had several attorneys coming in who would file a oath of indigency for their clients, and those fees would automatically get waived for those individuals. And we didn't have any procedure in place to screen those oaths, to verify, to validate them. And the court approved this pilot project for us to contract with an attorney to start reviewing those affidavits to see if they all truly qualify. So Jed is going to provide an update on that. In summary, I will tell you the program has been extremely successful. We would like to continue the program, and we'll go over some of those numbers with you.
Yeah, I can do it without the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Got the district clerk's office here to help me out if there are any issues. But good morning, Commissioners. Jed Unterrecker, Assistant County Attorney. I am before you on our Paupers Petition Program. Last, and I think this was the PowerPoint that we used last time. Earlier this year, the family law courts and the district clerk's office identified an issue with paupers petitions, indigency petitions, where the numbers that we were receiving here in the court, and particularly in family law cases, were trending upwards and were at a much higher rate than they had been in the past. Anecdotally, there were stories of people with attorneys filing to have their filing fees costs waived. People who we knew should not be entitled to have their court costs waived, having those fees waived. And in response to that, council judges, the family law courts, the district clerk's office, and the county attorney's office came together to form a working group to try and address it. And the way we addressed it was the paupers petition, which we previously brought before you and was approved by this court. And what that did was it approved for a period of 6 months in an amount of money not to exceed $43,000, the authority for the county attorney's office to contract with outside counsel to address the issue of paupers petitions for people who really were not paupers, people who could really pay the filing fees for whatever court action they were requesting. This program has been in response now, or has been in operation for 6 months. I'm back here to report to you on the success of that program. With me today, we have Judge Anderson, Ms. Duarte from the district clerk's office, as well to back me up with their views on how this program is going. From a numbers standpoint, we're doing very well. It is a net positive gain for the county, and I'm going to go through those numbers right now. Total cost in outside counsel to the county has been $26,742. So that's been the cost that we have paid outside counsel to review the paupers petitions that are filed in family law courts, and when necessary, do a motion to clarify, and then again, if it's still not resolved, actually have a hearing in front of a judge for the person's pauper status to be reviewed by the judge and for a determination by the judiciary to be made on whether or not that person should be paying the filing fees for whatever court action they're requesting. We paid $26,000 to outside counsel directly related to this program. We've collected $37,600 $70.
Jed, excuse me for a second, I apologize. When we say collect, where do we collect these funds?
So this is from the individual petitioners. So what this number tracks, or what this graph that I'm showing you here tracks, are cases where somebody filed as a pauper, and then whether it was through our intervention with outside counsel, perhaps too it could be the judge's intervention in determining, no, this person should be paying filing fees. That person then went back to the district clerk's office and paid whatever they owed. So that's what this number reflects, and that's really important, Commissioner, because this does not reflect the deterrent value of this program. So attorneys who perhaps may have counseled their clients to go the pauper's route, now saying, you know what, just pay the filing fees. I know it's going to get scrutiny from the county. So we don't, the numbers here don't reflect that. And what I'll show you here in a second, though, will be the actual revenues, the total number of petitions that have been filed, and then we're going to get to total number of cases filed and total revenues that have come through as well. Again, all this information is coming from the district clerk's office. What you're looking at here is just a graph of the number of pauper's affidavits that have been filed this year. And it's always difficult to figure out what's going on. However, there does seem to be a trend downwards and in the number of pauper's petitions that have been filed. If you compare this to 2018, I think we were up over 2,100 pauper's petitions were filed for all of 2018. 2,300 pauper's petitions were filed in 2018. This number of 1,677 is going to be significantly lower than what was filed in 2018. Is that directly attributable to this program? We don't have conclusive proof, obviously, but we'd like to think it has to do with people going back and changing their, going back and paying their filing fees, or people who are not entitled to having their fees waived, not trying to go the pauper's route to begin with. Trying to give a more global picture to the court on family law cases, and just so we can see if is there some sort of trend in general. There have been fewer family law cases filed in 2019 compared with 2018, and obviously that's to date. So that the number of the 8,740 cases that have been filed in 2019 is going to rise still by the end of the year, but more or less it's going to be somewhat close to this, to the the total number of family law cases that were filed with paupers and without in 2019. However, here, if you look at the revenue collected, and again, this is coming from the district clerk's office, we're way above where we were in 2018, and it looks like a difference of $200,000 in what's been collected so far in family law cases so far.
Any understanding of that? I mean, why that's happened?
I would defer to an expert in budget or the district clerk's office to examine it. But I suspect certainly 35,000 of that is coming from people going back and changing their status as a pauper. But then there's also the deterrent effect that we've been talking about as well. That perhaps people that back in 2018 filed for a pauper's petition and didn't have to pay their fees costs, that same person in 2019 is now just paying the fees up front because they're not going to fight it. This is based on our statistics in this are based on 6 months worth of data. Really less when you look at the startup time it took for the program to get started. It's been the last 3 months that that we've been sending out letters and conducting, starting to conduct hearings. But we expect the trend as far as revenue coming into the county to continue. What we're asking here today is for the court to authorize this program to continue for another 6 months. Let us see how it goes, whether or not the trends continue. Again, it has not cost the county any money, and in fact, we've made roughly $10,000 in the last 6 months. Let me see if Judge Anderson or the council judges want to talk at all about the program or your thoughts.
Well, Judge and Commissioners, I don't know if you have any specific questions. I mean, clearly, we do think this program is working, and it's a combination of things, but generally, we're catching them, pretty soon, and if they get the letter that asks them to clarify, sometimes that's enough that they go to the clerk's office and pay at that point. If not, we're catching it at the end when they come in on the uncontested docket, and we won't release the decree until they've actually paid the fees. Many people, because of credit cards, will just walk down to the clerk's office the day of their final hearing, pay it, come upstairs and bring us a receipt, and then we release our paperwork to them. So we're getting a lot of people that are paying, the day of the hearing, and they just are. With credit cards and cash, they're able to go ahead and pay it. We do have the flexibility. Occasionally, we can see that people need a little more time, so we may either reduce the fee or give them installments and let them pay it over time. But frankly, even if we give people the chance to pay it over time or give them 30 days to pay, they often just pay it that day. They want to get it over with. They want to get their result, and so that's the incentive to go ahead and take care of it.
Betsy, you have any insight to?
So my thoughts on this are, we will continue to monitor it and work closely with the county attorney's office on this. I'd ask that the court approve continuing the funding for this fiscal year, and we will continue to monitor. Obviously, if there's any major concerns throughout the year, we bring it back, but we'd like to bring it back at the next budget cycle to give an update as the continued performance of the program.
Mm-hmm.
Just, this may impact our budget or the timing, but in looking at the protection of our taxpayers, why not extend instead of the 6 months going to a full year?
That's why what I'm suggesting. I'm actually suggesting we continue it for this entire fiscal year and not bring it back in 6 months, bring it back during the budget process.
Yeah,
So exactly, I think exactly what you're recommending, Commissioner Leon, is the right idea.
Yeah, and our office is fine with that, with that 1 year extension.
And I know we've just kind of recently brought the 383rd in, one of the other family courts. So their experience with the process has been more limited. They've only done it a month or so. So again, if we get the full year, we'll get everybody on board. We'll be able to have all the family courts, enforcing the process.
Erica, were you
Yes.
going to?
Oh, no, I was just going to give you the motion language. If
Okay.
So the motion, I apologize.
Let's hear one more.
Good morning, Sylvia Duarte, Chief Deputy for the District Clerk's Office. I also want to assure you that we are monitoring on a monthly basis, and we're tracking the data. We share it with the committee, and if there's anything that we see that there's going to be a downward slope, we're going to go ahead and meet, but we're tracking.
Well,
And so I want to assure you.
Thank you for that.
It's a great job.
Thank you. Erica?
So I'll just apologize, I'm reading really verbatim. It would be a motion to continue the Paupers Petition Program, including authorizing the county attorney's office to contract with a private attorney to provide legal representation in reviewing and contesting indigency or paupers oaths that are filed with the district clerk in family law cases, a contract not to exceed $43,000.
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Item 10.
Item number 10, receive a presentation and provide feedback on the Healthy Food Financing Initiative.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Andrea Hedgens with the Economic Development Department. We do have 2 individuals who have signed up for public comment who would like to also discuss healthy food financing initiatives with you all. So we have Susan Goodall, who is back here with El Paso's Fighting Hunger, and then Gabriella, of course forgetting your last name right now, from the IHL. So Gabriella, if you wanna, yeah.
So hello, everyone. Thanks for having us back to discuss healthy food financing. I was just going to give a very, very short overview and update for all members of the Commissioners Court, so you kind of are framed in the discussion that Ms. Hedgen then is going to bring up. So as you all know, Healthy Food Financing Initiative passed as part of the Economic Impact Fund in October of 2018, and it was set aside for $500,000 in grants. People Fund, which is a community development financing institution, came on to double that as with $500,000 in loans. So that $1 million was very specifically for healthy food retail and healthy food retail infrastructure. Under the policy that the court passed, there are 3 different options. One of those could be that it is a new outlet, a new retail outlet that will primarily sell healthy food. The second would be expanding or renovating an existing retail outlet for healthy food retail or retail infrastructure. And the third would be some sort of retail development that would then be committing to house a food retail or food retail infrastructure business. It's open to both nonprofits and for-profits, and the funding was very, very flexible. That was kind of one of the things that El Paso County, being the first county in the country to do it, was also ahead of the game with kind of what that was gonna look like. So there are not currently caps on the amounts, there are not currently very specific requirements. You kind of left it in our hands to review applications, really using this as a pilot year to see what sorts of applications came in so that we could look at what the community need was and what the potential impact to the healthy food systems in El Paso were. The great news is that we received 6 applications in a very short application window. The application window was only 1 month. So we got 6 right away, and that was without a huge number of outreach. You know, it was a pretty tight application period. Those ranged from $18,000 to almost $500,000 in the request. So they were very, very broad. Of those 6, only 4 of them are complete applications where we've met with them, we've helped them refine their application. A number of them needed to understand what the requirements were, those sorts of things. But we did get a healthy mix. They are from a food hub to a healthy food prep that would kind of service people in high need areas. So we've got a really great diversity of projects. The 4 that are ready to go range in grant requests from $18,000 to $250,000. They each have various levels of skin in the game, and that was something that we know that was very important to Commissioners Court when you were passing the policy. So we've been very careful to talk to them about what they're bringing to the table. So again, because of the diversity of projects, the diversity of organizations, there are loan requests that have been kind of approved conditionally based on the grant that they will receive. We also have one that is bringing to the table a building that they already own that they would like to renovate for a special project. We have others that have put in their own cash capital to get the business going. So we really do have a range of those. So just kind of wanted to give you that overview so that you understood that there's a pretty big range of projects that are coming to the table. But right now, as the policy passed, you kind of left that flexibility out there so that we could kind of see what came through and then decide if there was need for further changes. So I believe that there's 2 names.
I know, right? Andrea, it's fun.
Andrea. That Andrea's going to propose to you so that we can kind of get further clarification. Some of those, as if the policy is left as it is, that leaves, you know, very big flexibility on the part of the food access partner and the economic development department to really assess what is coming to the table and then present it to Commissioners Court. If you kind of make some of those changes, we'll of course, you know, modify our recommendations based on those changes. We do have summaries of each of those projects and are close to being ready to, in fact, we're hoping by early December, we'll be ready to present those to Commissioners Court for final approval. But at this point, it's really just kind of understanding if you do have ideas on things that might need to be changed or modified. One thing to keep in mind is that it has been touted as a one-time cash infusion for a business to get up and running and be sustainable. So something that we have gone over with all of these applicants is what their sustainability plan is, because it is not going to be a sustaining grant. The intent is really economic development so that this business can get up, off the ground, have that extra head start, and make an impact going forward. So that is how it's been told. there are things that we have learned along the way with People Fund and working with that partner, learning about how they assess loan readiness, how they assess financial feasibility, and they have been fantastic with that. One thing that they have taught us is that one-time infusions are kind of what they are expecting when they're determining loan amounts. So that's something that they consider rather than continuing funding. So they're looking at that as well. So all of this has kind of been an iterative process where we've gone back and forth with our applicants. We've also been going back and forth with People Fund to understand what it is that they look at, since they really are the experts in understanding the financial readiness of these projects. I'll be here to answer any questions, but I'll hand it over to Andrew to go through all of the suggested changes.
Thank you, Gil. Susan?
Good morning.
Good
My
morning,
name is Susan Goodell, and I'm CEO of El Pasoans Fighting Hunger Food Bank, which is a growing business here located in El Paso County. Two of my board members who had intended on being here this morning, Tanny Berg and VJ Smith, sent their apologies due to the change in time. They were not able to join me this morning. I would like to emphasize that while we are classified a nonprofit organization is by definition a tax-exempt status, or by definition a business that has been granted a tax-exempt status by the IRS because of the public benefit it provides. So effectively, please don't be fooled by the fact that some consider us a sweet charity. We are a trucking, logistics, and warehousing business with a charitable intent. In 2018, the IRS recognized in our tax return that we have demonstrated $22,526,183 in economic activity here in this county. In addition, we're in a time of rapid growth. In this year, 2019, we anticipate growing, and in our audited financial statements, demonstrating 46.5 million and north in economic activity in this community. That is happening through job creation, it's happening through construction, it's happening through purchases of equipment, and it's being demonstrated with the influx of new government contracts that are coming into this community because of the work that the food bank does. Regarding the construction, we are currently, as I speak, under construction for a 100,000 square foot warehouse facility, which is an expansion that will increase our footprint from 66,000 square feet to 177,000 square feet, including construction to build 10,000 square feet of office space. We've purchased in the last 2 years over $1 million in trucking and small equipment to benefit this organization. And we've taken out a loan for a $1.6 million industrial cooler and freezer, which is now operational. And I believe, if not the largest, one of the largest coolers and freezers in this community. We've also brought in 3 federal government contracts, bringing in millions of dollars to El Paso County. And in the time that I've been here, we've created 11 jobs, and through our request for the Healthy Food Financing Initiative funds, we'll create 3 more. Regarding the issues that are on the table today, we are interested in talking about whether the grant should be capped. The food bank, while it would be difficult for the food bank to reduce our request to the $150,000 request or our cap, we are open to that, as we want to be good team players and that we want to be part of this community and ensure that others have the ability to benefit from this program. I can't say that it won't hurt, but we would prioritize our funding to build the actual food pharmacy. We would seek additional funds immediately to do the operation, so the hiring of the staff and the support of the food that would flow through that new facility. And we would take funds out of our reserves to ensure that we could immediately operate. So there would be no concern about any delay due to us having to fundraise to find additional resources to support this initiative. I'd also like to address the issue of retail. If retail is a component that is required, we would be able to easily incorporate a sales component into our food pharmacy. So as I mentioned early on, The reason that we have a tax exempt status from the IRS is because of the public benefit that this organization provides here in this community. Effectively, that's the nutritious food that we would be providing for food-related illnesses for people with diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, obesity, which are all off the charts here in this community. It would be seen in the improved health for these low-income people who would receive this healthy food and reduced healthcare costs at our local hospitals. It would be in workforce development because of more productive workers who would be well-fed, would have their health concerns under control, and would be therefore more productive in our community. And it would be seen in stronger educational achievements because of our kids who are suffering from these same illnesses would have the nutrition they need and be able to control their health concerns and perform better in school. We have not yet been contacted as one of the 4 who have been reviewed and therefore considered a complete application. I was not aware that that was necessary to be considered a complete application until just now. But we would welcome the opportunity to meet with IHL or with anyone else to be considered a complete application. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Susan. We'll go ahead and enter and then we'll sort of.
Okay. So as Gabriella mentioned, we have had 6 applications that came in during the window of the application period that was officially open. We have received a few other applications since then, but we're just going to specifically talk about the observations from those. So total in grant requesting of $1.2 million-ish, and just reminding the Commission again that there's currently $500,000 allocated to that. So the purpose of today's presentation is basically just to get some additional guidance and direction from the Commission before we finalize the 4 agreements that we would like to bring to you for potential approval, because some of the language that will be determined based on today's conversation for the policy will also be necessary for our grant contract. So that was really one of the things that we noticed when we started getting these projects closer to completion, is that we had some questions about what language and what requirements, if any, should be included in the actual contract. So today we're going over just some observations and areas where we would like additional direction from the court. So the first question is whether or not there should be low interest financing required as a part of the project overall. So just reminding the Commission that when the policy was initially created, that there was a great deal of discussion about whether or not there should be a requirement for skin in the game. It was the term that was used quite often then. So we took that at the time to really mean that there should be a low interest loan portion of the grant program. So basically, if somebody's asking for $100,000, should a certain percentage of that $100,000 be required to be in the form of a loan. And so our recommendation to the court is that we believe that you should include a requirement of 30 to 50% of project's cost be required in the form of a low interest loan.
I've got a question on that.
Yes.
So 30 to 50% of a project's total cost, what if they have funding from other sources? And I mean, to me, it seems like you could be excluding somebody who may not be taking out a loan, but they have other funding sources.
Sure. Well, and that's something, we don't necessarily have a problem with any of those things. And I don't want to get the language to be so stringent, as Gabriella mentioned, where we're excluding people who have maybe gotten outside financing. That is the case with one of our applicants. They have chose to use their own bank versus going through People Fund, which is certainly not an issue. The requirement of having a low interest or loan in general, and maybe that might be where the sticking point comes in, we should take out low interest. But having financing in general requires that they are also taking on a portion of the risk. So
Right.
that's the recommendation for that.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, because it seems
Sure.
to me, if you're just saying a low interest loan,
Right.
then you're excluding any other type of financing that they might have.
Or somebody who already has capital.
Or exactly, somebody who may have capital or another type of loan. But I mean, for me, the idea was that, we don't want to be funding out of our grants the whole project. And so skin in the game could be any other type of financing or capital.
So what I'm hearing is, to the answer, should low interest financing be a requirement? No. However, their own financing, whether it be already saved capital that they have, or a personal loan.
Should be at least 30 to 50%.
Should be at least 30 to 50% of the project.
Okay. That's easily doable, thank you. Okay, question 2, should all applicants be required to undergo financial analysis and viability? Currently, there is no requirement in the policy for them to undergo any type of outside scrutiny other than through the IHL, but from the business standpoint, really that's where people like the People Fund or even SBA or maybe another outside lender could come in to do a long-term financial analysis on whether or not, this project is going to not only be creditworthy, but also be in business in 5 to 10 years, which I think is really what the court is interested in. So,
because you mentioned sustainability, so to get there, we have to understand that they're
Exactly. So our recommendation is to require that all applications, no matter the form, grant or loan, that they should be required to go through some sort of financial feasibility review.
So that we discussed this in the past, and I think when in the very beginning, and we had a different director of the Economic Development Department, and I think the fear was that we don't have the expertise in-house
We'll have to
do that, so we have to, whatever the structure that is where we're gonna be leaning on the CDFI to do that, we need to make that clear.
Correct, and we have touched base with the People Fund to see if this is a service that they would be willing to provide, and they have indicated that they would. But there are also additional local resources that would do this at no additional charge and no additional staff time on our part.
So even if they're not, if they're not providing a loan, there's still gonna be an analysis of their business.
Correct.
Independent of.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins, you had a question?
Yes. I like this idea, but we'll give you a little perspective on this from my standpoint. That I served on the allocation committee for the United Way for a number of years. All of the agencies that applied for grants from United Way went through this process. In fact, they had to present their financials to the committee in making our final determination as to whether or not we were going to grant them money or not. So I agree that there should be some review of what their finances is, because, and then also look at it from the standpoint that the grant that we give them, that they receive from us, I believe that there should be a financial analysis and review as far as how much of this money is going for the project, or is this money going for overhead? Because that's what I always looked at it when I went to the agency before. How much of this money that you're going to get is going to be used for overhead? And I feel my personal thing is that I feel that none of this grant should be going for overhead.
So we can add language into that would be similar to that. They would say something to the effect of the court considers whether or not a certain percentage is used for overhead. I do think, going back to Gabriella's initial comment, that completely excluding somebody who may be using a portion of the grant or the loan for overhead could be excluding some really viable projects. But I do understand your concern as well. So we could add language into the contract or into the grant application that identified that the court would weigh each application based on how much, if any, of the amount was going toward overhead.
There are already in the policy, there's things that the grant cannot cover. It's not all overhead in general, but there are several things, like it can't pay for staffing. Staffing
is overhead.
Right. So, but for example, it could possibly, I'm trying to think of something considered an overhead that would be part of a startup of an organization or an expansion of an organization.
Well, advertising would be.
Advertising, yeah. But so pre-development, site assembly and rehabilitation, staffing, staff training, security, inventory and working capital, and marketing and nutrition education are eligible activities. I apologize, I said staffing wasn't. But those are things that are allowed to be paid for with the grant right now.
Let me modify my position. If we were going to allow some of the funding to be used overhead, not more than 15%.
Betsy, I think the issue might be that what if I have a business that by adding 2 people to the business is going to grow my business tremendously? Because I'm gonna have nutritional information, or I'm gonna, so I'm concerned that, I think it would have to be on a case by case where you have to justify that the overhead is going to help the project.
Sure.
So I don't know if you could limit it
So-
with a percentage.
So,
Yeah.
right now, we're not saying, let's see. The ineligible, I mean, the grant is very specific to really help these businesses get started, or to expand. And so like the ineligible things are things like refinancing existing debt, paying tax or government, So we have put protections in there. If we start, and again, I do think it's a case by case analysis based on the applications we get, because there may be something that comes in that you all want to fund. And right now, you have the flexibility to fund that, if it is like all staffing.
Well, we're almost being like a bank. A bank's not gonna lend you money to get out of debt, or
Right.
lend you money to pay taxes or any. You have to prove the business model is going to generate enough money to pay your loan back.
And a lot of grants, like the grants that we get right now, a lot of grants pay for staffing or pay for some of the overhead cost. And this is a grant system for encouraging healthy and affordable food availability and promoting businesses to be successful in doing that.
Commissioner Stoll?
I was just gonna say that I think we need to make sure that we're not gonna be excluding projects by saying that we can't spend more than 50% on staffing or something like that. I think that's an eligible expenditure that we created in the policy a while back, and I think it should continue to be that way. Yes, we can, this is always gonna be on a case by case basis, right? So if there's something that we don't like within a certain project that's being presented, then we'll just
Absolutely.
reject it.
Sure. And understanding that sounds like there's some consensus that, you do want to look at it on a case by case basis. We can ensure that in the grant application or in the discussions that IHL has with the applicants, that we can identify that, that is something that the commission will weigh.
But when it comes to just making sure that they're financially sound and are not gonna we're gonna give them $150,000 and they're gonna,
Right.
It's gonna be a waste. The recommendation here, I think, is.
So we're saying that there will be no limit for how much the grant can be used for overhead?
I don't think we should place within the, I don't think we should change the policy.
Well, if they don't have a cap on it, I can't support it.
Cause one of the things about new businesses that they're very creative sometimes, and we might not even understand it until we see it.
Sure.
And so if they justify that, whatever it is that we don't know, that might be difficult. So I don't like to sort of cap it to where we haven't seen the business and we're already eliminated by certain percentages and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
An example would be, so this is really in areas where there's limited access or availability for certain things. An example would be, a grant might be for every Saturday, and I'm just throwing out ideas, where it would be a high overhead one, Commissioner Robinson, that you may want to consider is, so I have a mom and pop market out in a remote area of the county, and I start on every Saturday having demonstrations of how to prepare culturally common food in a more healthy manner. And so that entire project is going to be overhead. It's going to be staffing, it's going to be
It's an educational
buying-
project.
Right, it's gonna,
Teaching people how to.
yes, sir.
Teaching people how to
I'm
shop.
gonna buy a little stand with a hot plate where I can make my cauliflower enchiladas,
Please.
they're really good, I made them recently. But and that would be really basically all what you would categorize as overhead.
And I think that gets to limiting certain types of projects, and we wanna, I think, have the opportunity to look at a variety of different projects. And as we've gone through the crafting of the policy, that's one of the
Key components.
talking about that's a viable
Sure.
that's a viable application that we decided through the policy is if you're gonna provide an educational program within your, something like that, or if you're gonna, if you're a grocery store that's already in existence and you want to set up a program within your grocery stores where you want to educate people on how to shop for nutritious food or how to look for nutritious food or the wayfinding, things like that. Those are important projects that we would be excluding.
Yeah, we
just
have
because
checks and
they're staff
balances. Yeah, we have checks and balances. I mean, like I said, the sustainability is the most important.
Correct.
We're not gonna allow, I mean, not allow, but we would scrutinize something that we felt was not gonna be successful.
Sure.
And if the overhead was gonna be a problem because they're gonna have an overhead but not impact the business. So that's why I think that case by case and giving us that flexibility is really important.
Sure.
What's the return on investment?
Well, I think
And how do you measure it?
So I think that comes when we have been working, with the applicant for a number of weeks, and in some cases, in Gabriella's case, months, where we can kind of help craft, not only that application, that business plan to indicate what the commission has been supportive of, but in the return presentation that we give when we make a recommendation that a project move forward or not. Based on this discussion, I think it gives us more of an ability to be able to share with you all what we believe that return on investment is. The return on the investment is going to be different based on every project. We have some that are capital intensive based on infrastructure, and some that are a little bit more capital intensive, based on adding additional trucks and things like that to their fleet. So each one of them is going to be extremely unique. But having discussions like this are very, very helpful for us so that we can know what the concerns of the court might be when we make a recommendation to support or not a particular project.
And as an economic development department, this is definitely geared towards job creation, right? Some of it's geared toward job creation, and then there are other returns that, just the fact that you're offering more access to healthy food in low income and food deserts. That may not be as tangible, as you can say. As tangible of a return, but it's there. Right?
The return on my investment is for, well, when you talk about food and feeding people, how many people participated in the program and how many people got paid.
And it's part of your assessment, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So like I said, each project will definitely take on a case-by-case basis to make sure that we relay that information accurately. But what I hear you all saying for this particular recommendation is that you're in favor of moving forward to have all applicants undergo a financial analysis, correct? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. The fourth question is whether or not we should include a grant cap. So again, one of the things that Gabriella pointed out was that there are a few projects that would be, and Susan actually also alluded to this, there would be a few projects that would either be impacted because they would not completely qualify, but could also receive a large majority of their funding. Each one of these projects, though, I do want to call in to point, are eligible for a loan as well. So even if we did cap grants at $150,000, they would still be eligible for a loan. So we would not be capping the project per se, it would be capping the grant. And so the reason that our office has made that recommendation is because, as you can see, there's been 6 applications that came through for $1.2 million, even more since then, since the grant period has been closed. It's obviously a very popular program, and we want to make sure that we can, fund as many projects as possible. So that's our reasoning for that recommendation.
It reinforces the skin in the game.
And it also limits our risk for this project, for this program.
So is the 150, is that an arbitrary number, or are you basing that on something?
I based it on your comment during the last time that we spoke. So actually, I had made the original recommendation of 100,000, but then I was kind of, a little bit hesitant based on a few of the other larger projects, and kind of said, okay, I'll come up with a median range number. So it was arbitrary, yes. My initial recommendation was 100,000. That's a general, based on what I've seen for other national programs, a general cap amount.
Just want to make that clear.
It was
What are your
scientifically
thoughts?
rendered. Pardon?
What are your thoughts about the $150,000 grant cap?
I'd like
It's fine with me.
I just have a quick question. In the applications that you accepted, I understand it was 6, you've accepted 4. In those 4 is the one Susan represents, they're not in those 4?
She's not, only because of the timing and the fact that we've not had the opportunity to review it with her, but that does not mean that we will not continue to move forward with reviewing that project. I do understand that the court has been very favorable. She does currently fall outside of the guidelines with being retail, but I did meet with Susan and toured the facility for about 2 hours last Friday. I know that Betsy and her team are working on some other projects with her as well, and I have tried to look at some outside of the box ways that we could potentially bring retail and or business development projects based on some of their other programs. So we are going to continue to explore that at this point, but no, that is not included in the actual 4.
And I'm glad that we're covering that because I wasn't sure how we're gonna address Susan's.
At your last meeting, I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to
That's fine.
interrupt you. At your last meeting, you indicated that you wanted to do something with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger. And so what I have Joel working on, and I apologize, I don't think he had contacted Susan before today, but I had asked Joel based on that last meeting that we need to work on, as part of our community services element, that we need to work on, regardless of whether it's through this program, what I heard from you all is you want to do something. And so we need to sit down with them, we need to work on a similar program to what we've done with Project Ariba. So we're going to fund, and I do believe that could end up being a better arrangement in the long run, because it would not be as restricted as this particular program's like guidelines are. But to sit down and work on them, like what would we be funding? What would be just like what we do with Project Ariba, what are the benchmarks? What does it go through? What does it go for? And bring back some options for the court to consider to see if any of those meet what you're thinking you'd like to provide to the food bank.
Really difficult to sort of ignore the concept of having a storefront and being able to have someone that gets a prescription from your doctor and you can't afford the menu that he's recommending. And for us to not look at that as, here I am, I've got diabetes, they tell me this is the menu that would help me reduce it, but I don't have the money. And that just does not feel right.
Right.
So whatever it is, I mean, I would love the opportunity for us to look at that storefront is able to provide, things that they can't afford somewhere else.
I think we can even look at UMC as a partner with that too, and if we're gonna spend money, we can look at UMC's budget and partnering as well.
And-
That's a good recommendation.
And that's the kind of contract concepts, but I would like for our team to sit down with Susan to talk about, that concept, other concepts as to what needs they have and what purpose they would meet from a public.
So more globally, not just specifically.
Well, that's one that may be the one that she wants to, that we all think is, okay, this is really it. But I do think that letting us have a little bit of flexibility and talk about what is the best long-term, we could bring back an option that would be a win-win for the county and for the food bank. And I really do believe it's separate from HFFI.
And I think it needs to be more long-term than just
a
one-time shot.
Yeah.
And Betsy, I just feel from what I'm hearing that we put these same standards to everybody else we deal with. It seems to me now that we're putting more hurdles in front of El Pasoans Fighting Hunger than the rest. So it doesn't seem like, in listening to you, that this is on the same playing field.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, but I actually think it's the opposite. So HFFI individuals will have a lot more standards and things that they'll have to meet.
Yeah.
Whereas if we work out a separate agreement like what we've done with Project Ariba, Project Ariba is not competing against other, providers of education. I think Project Ariba has less standards and hurdles that they have to meet. I mean, we work out an agreement with them and from a public purpose that they provide a good public service that helps us, and from a public perspective, they help us keep individuals out of the hospital by providing nutrition. I think it will be a better long-term, I really do.
Yeah, I think it's,
It-
what we're talking
It won't
about
be
is,
as many hurdles.
well, what you're talking about is a partnership. This one is more,
Right.
here you are and we're done, you know, a one-shot deal.
And you have to continue to compete every time you want funding. What I'm talking about is an ongoing, as long as Commissioners Court wants to continue to allocate funding,
It's a great,
separate from HFFI. If HFFI fails, I don't expect it will, but if it fails and goes away, the one with El Paso's Fighting Hunger would continue as long as the court wanted to continue.
Question.
Commissioner Rollins?
Project River, you mentioned them. In the funding that we provide to Project River, and we talk about economic development in that regard. Do we allow the funding for it?
Yes, sir. Now this last time you all provided some staffing. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I
But how much?
this last time you freed it up to, that the funding that we give them can be used for, not just direct education cost. It could be included for
You remember how much?
education,
How
you,
much- how
the
much?
total amount it's freed up.
Yeah, freed up.
The total amount was freed up for?
For both case
For
management, which is staffing, training, books, tuition, childcare.
That's a perfect example, because they felt very
But
strapped
that's
the way it
providing
used to be.
service to the students. That's not necessarily say there's unlimited overhead just for staffing. You said books, services that provide, I mean, of course, we're talking about
Right.
training those individuals to get a skill where they get off welfare or whatever, and they be on the payroll, provide more, create more jobs. But I don't see what we're saying that there's unlimited for.
Is it their discretion?
We don't put in there only X% for
Yeah.
staffing for case
It's their
management,
discretion.
only X% has to go to books. We used to say 100% had to go to books and education, tuition and books. Now it's
What, your discretion?
it's more discretionary.
Erica, can I ask a question? The interaction with Susan, since she was,
Yes.
she's asking to speak, but I don't know if we
Yes,
have some
Judge.
limitations because of our policy on.
So that's correct, Judge.
Yeah.
So she signed up for public comment, so the court's policy is a
And we don't-
5-minute cap. It's at the discretion of the court
Yeah,
to
we don't
allow
interact.
additional time if so wishes.
Yeah, well, I think the most important thing is what you're directing us to do is for us to address with Susan. You guys will address with Susan some of the other potentials so that we don't have to interact
Yes, sir,
right
it's
now.
what you're directing me, what you all directed us to do last time.
Uh-huh.
And so that is the
You're
piece
continuing to
that
do
we
that.
would work with her.
And I apologize, Susan, it's just that we have a,
I'm sorry, I just had a clarification question, that was all.
oh, okay. Is that okay?
It's at the discretion of the court to allow, yes, you could ask her a question.
So I move to allow her to speak
Susan?
again.
So I just wanted to ask a clarification so that I understand what's being said about the food bank. So my understanding is that you're proposing finding some other project at the food bank that could possibly be funded, but not the food pharmacy at some future date, is that correct?
No, ma'am. So what I'm proposing that the court allow us to do is to sit down with you and talk about different types of funding that the food bank needs and what public purpose those serve, which I'm not thinking that's a difficult hurdle. And that we would sit down and work that out, and we would enter an agreement between the county and the food bank for the county to provide funding to the food bank for those purposes.
So that could include the food pharmacy?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question.
And if I could just add too, you know, I mean, part of what we're trying to do with the applicants and what Gabriella and her team have been working on is to make each one of these applications so that they're viable. And, you know, sometimes it's taken a little bit longer, I think, in some cases than what we had originally and initially planned. But we really do want to make each one of the applicants, you know, El Pasoans Fighting Hunger or whomever it might be, to be able to fit into the program the way that it's been expressed to us by the court. So, you know, we did go out to meet with Susan. They have a phenomenal facility out there, and it's definitely there's no shortage of projects that we could assist them with at all. So I think a long-term thing would definitely be viable on a number of cases. I mean, they've got so many projects. So
Yeah, like a
yeah.
partnership versus
Right.
an initiative.
Yeah, but so in this particular case, though, when
I'm sorry, Andrea.
Sorry.
Commissioner Perez.
You know, just one issue with that is just that I think when HFFI was first passed and the funding was allocated, I mean, I don't know if that's what was necessarily envisioned, at least I can just speak for myself, that El Pasoans Fighting Hunger wouldn't have access to that or wouldn't be able to apply for that particular fund. So what you're proposing is a separate pot of funding that the court would have to allocate in addition to the $500,000 that was already allocated for HFFI?
Yes, sir. And that's what we discussed last time, or actually Commissioner Robinson suggested taking some of the money that was allocated to HFFI. But so HFFI, if we go back to the original intent, was to promote retail availability. So that's the economic development piece of it, is retail availability in food deserts, basically, was the discussion. That their access to healthy food is a barrier to health and in certain areas, and that by promoting and helping on economic development projects to encourage retail in those areas. So that was the initial intent of HFFI. What I hear you all continuing to discuss about El Pasoans Fighting Hunger is different than retail economic development. And so that's why last time, Commissioner Robinson, when we discussed it at length, at the last time, Commissioner Robinson said, I think that a portion of this if we do it separately, something needs to be set aside for El Pasoans Fighting Hunger. And there was a general consensus, I don't know that it was unanimous, but there was a general consensus that yes, the court wanted to do something with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger.
So in the case of the grant cap, it sounds like everyone is unanimously behind capping it at $150,000. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, so the final question is, should we award grants as a lump sum? And the question behind this was, if we were going to allow a more high risk, and this is a theoretical situation I'm going to present to you, but if one of the applicants that came through was an amazing project, but based on the financial feasibility aspect of it, the bank or the SBA or whomever was reviewing it said, this is a high risk investment, something to be aware of. Is there any discretion from the court, or is there any lenience one way toward the other as to whether or not the court would like to give the $150,000 in one lump sum cash infusion all of the time, or would you like to see a kind of a drawdown schedule of when those funds would be used? It doesn't necessarily mean that they couldn't get the funding all at once. It would basically require them to show, here are the milestones of when and how the funds would be used, if that makes sense. So that we could.
Yeah, that would lessen the risk, right? Because you're saying if I give it all to you, I'm not all really excited about that. But if you start showing me some progress, there might be some opportunity because you're taking the risk, but then you need information to get that risk lowered.
Sure. And with the recommendation, the way that we have it written, we would basically require all applicants to provide a funding drawdown schedule. And if throughout that funding drawdown schedule, they made a good case to the court through their application that showed that they needed the $150,000, whether to buy a building or to pay for some major infrastructure cost, it would be at the court's discretion to give that lump sum. So we're definitely not recommending that that's not an option. What we're recommending is that there's basically an alternative where if there is a risky project, this would give the court the ability to say, we're gonna give you $50,000 now and $100,000 later, or whatever that drawdown schedule might look like. So this is really a question not so much for the policy as much as it is for the ultimate contract.
I just wanna make sure that you're not rendering any project unviable because, you know.
Right, and if
I don't know if sometimes if projects are seeking outside financing or something like that, you have to show the bank that you're gonna have
absolutely
$150,000
right.
to be able to get a loan. And so I wanna make sure that that doesn't hinder them from being able to do that, right?
Sure, and we would take that forward in our presentation to you all to let you know that that was a consideration. So basically what we're asking is just for the ability to add into the contracts on a potential high risky lending situation where we do require that they show a funding drawdown schedule, that show either a need for a lump sum or for a longer term drawdown, and that we make that recommendation to the court and leave it to you all to decide on a case-by-case basis.
I like the idea as for having a drawdown as opposed to giving all the lump sum because of the risk factors that you may incur. I think that there should be there must be some milestones before it's time frame.
Sure.
Definitely without a doubt.
Okay. That was the final question that I had, so I appreciate your feedback.
I wanted to ask one more question, and I mean, we talked about it a little bit in our meeting, but we also discussed a lot in the beginning, the option of, you know, I guess, these are all forgivable grants, right? We haven't talked about, you know, or we've spoken about in the past grants where we'll give them grants, and if they're successful, they would put it back into the fund to help replenish the fund, so that we don't have to continually replenish it ourselves out of our own, you know, economic development funds.
It's a small
I just want to be able to keep that in
Right.
mind because that was also I think an important aspect that we need to continue to look at.
Absolutely. I will say that our department is seeking some grant potentials to bring to you in the future, not only from the federal HFFI program, but also from some additional programs that could help kind of infuse some additional resources into the program, as I mentioned, because it's so popular, so. Okay.
Thank you.
One more thing, maybe you can, as these future weeks and months unfold, if you can communicate with each one of the court members as to some ideal places where we may consider, where we think there should be some sort of ability for those people that, I know that in my precinct, there's square dance, there's 275 families out there. Commissioner Pettis, Commissioner Robinson have many areas where there actually are food deserts, as opposed to existing structures that really aren't going to get to those people that really need it.
So I believe another individual from IHL is here, and I think maybe, do you want to address that and how you all might be able to help us identify additional food deserts? Because I know you
choose the area
discussed it.
instead of waiting to see.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, she had initially signed up for public comment as well. Yes.
Hi, my name is Leah Wiggum. So I led the team that started the project that resulted in HFFI about 4 years ago, where we assessed food deserts and food access and availability and affordability throughout the county. And we published a report called Food for Every Child. And if you haven't seen that report, I can get you a copy of it. We have met with various members of the court and gone over that report. So that report maps food deserts here in our county with data from this county. It overlays where grocery store sales are low relative to the population, the income level, and the death due to diet-related diseases. So the red zones on that final map really help us identify where the highest priority areas are. That doesn't mean projects in other areas can't still have impact, because in some cases the project may physically be located in a place but have a reach that expands into the red areas too. So that's something that we consider when we look at a project proposal, is not just a given physical address, but what the likely reach is. Or it could be a project that impacts the food system and how that food can get delivered to different sites. So of course that has a much broader reach. And I think it's also important to note that when we're talking about food insecurity, HFFI is not meant to address all aspects of food insecurity. This is one piece of a complex strategy that we've been trying to lead in this region. So I don't want the Commissioners Court to feel like all the pressure is on you through HFFI to solve the food insecurity needs of the region. HFFI is a great example to pair it with food pantries in the food bank as an example. Because when we have people who qualify for assistance through food pantries, they can get that food, but it's not gonna be enough food to feed their family for a whole month. So we need programs like HFFI to pair with our charitable food distribution system so that people can still afford to go buy their food and get to the grocery store that's near their house or whatever the appropriate food retail site may be, in addition to getting that food from the food pantry. So when you were talking about, we want to make sure that if people get a prescription for healthy fruits and vegetables, for example, from their doctor, that they can afford to fill that prescription. That can come from the food pantry system, but it can also come from these projects funded by HFFI that are retail establishments that are meant to be solid business models that can continue and be sustained in our community. Because that's what we really want, is we want people to be able to go out and purchase their food and not have to rely solely or for an extended period of time on charitable food distribution. So it's really meant to be this bigger project. And we've got other aligned efforts that Gabrielle and I have been working on and will continue to work on that bring in things like nutrition education into food retail settings. So there is alignment there to increase SNAP enrollment, WIC participation, nutrition education within stores, and all of that coming together, we're able to show all this synergy, which gives us better leverage when we go and apply for grants from the federal government to bring more funding in to support these efforts. So I just want to make sure it's clear that HFFI is not meant to solve all the food insecurity needs in the region. It's really one piece that's critical, but it's for the purpose of driving that food retail side of it, so that people can afford their food.
I sent you all the report that she just referenced, and page 9 is the area, as you go through the report, page 9 is the area that really shows and highlights the low income, low sales areas of our county. You'll see, especially Commissioner Pettis, your district, there's red areas on the map that indicate these are the areas where there's low access to healthy food, even to supermarkets. And with limited transit and more difficulty traveling to other more expense to traveling to other areas, that they could face more difficulty accessing food.
Well, I think it sort of satisfies Commissioner Leon, but I think what he was also saying is that opportunity for him to be in his district and then sort of realize that this might be a need and then be able to bring it back to you.
Absolutely.
And say that this is, they're not reaching access, they're all, they know their areas.
Which desert acceptance is absolutely included in what the red zone is.
Okay.
And as far as identifying projects in your districts, that's exactly what we hope to have moving forward. This first year launched without us. We hadn't even started the effort to go out and find potential applicants, and the applications were coming in. And so because it was a brand new program, we were dealing with how to make that application process and review process smooth. But moving forward, we anticipate that we do want to cultivate interest in the program, and we would welcome your participation with those members of your districts that might be enthusiastic partners to make HFFI work well throughout the county, because we've got those red zones in every district throughout the whole county. There's a lot of need in our region, and that's what this is really designed to address.
Excellent. So had you met Susan prior to?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so, because it looks like that'd make a great
Yes,
conversation.
no, we've had multiple conversations and worked together in various settings throughout the community through coalition work and evaluation work and so forth, so.
Great.
Thank you for the direction, that was all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, I believe, I'm verifying this, but I believe we'd like to recess now for lunch, and I believe we also want to try to capture a picture I believe Miguel wants to get a picture of Commissioner's Court
Before we eat.
before you eat.
Yeah, because then we get a little fatter.
Yes, so would you please be open to recessing for a lunch break?
Absolutely. We're gonna take a full hour because of all the activities and everything we'll have planned,
Yes, sir.
okay? So we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Commissioner Robinson, do you have time for a photo before you go? Really quick?
We're already set up, take 5 minutes.
And then I have a central appraisal district, Wednesday at 5, so I can leave if I can get out. Because I know we have.
We're going that far?
No, sir, I think we'll be done before then. I hope.
I hope.
We'll work on it.
I have an
Yeah,
agent meeting, it starts at 3, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get out of here.
Yes, sir, okay.
Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour and reconvene at 1 o'clock.
All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019. El Paso County invites you and your family to the 5th annual Lights on the Lake at Escalante Park. The holiday tradition will light up Escalante Park on Saturday, November 30th, with evening festivities beginning at 4 p.m. and lighting ceremony to take place at 6 p.m. There will be holiday music, food trucks, and of course a visit from Santa. The free event is for the entire family to enjoy. For more information, call 915-771-2380.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos. Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019. El Paso County invites you and your family to the 5th annual Lights on the Lake at Escalante Park. The holiday tradition will light up Escalante Park on Saturday, November 30th, with evening festivities beginning at 4 p.m. and lighting ceremony to take place at 6 p.m. There will be holiday music, food trucks, and of course a visit from Santa. The free event is for the entire family to enjoy. For more information, call 915-771-2380.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened in a special open session. Item number 11, receive a presentation and provide feedback on the county branding initiative.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins with the Economic Development Department. I have with me today the team from Barracuda Public Relations, specifically Marina and Gabriel, and they are going to give you just a brief overview of a project that we have been working on. But before I turn over the dais to them, I just wanted to give you kind of a brief background on how this presentation came to be and where we are in the process. So, as you know, I started about 4 months ago, came from a pretty heavy public relations and marketing background. So when one of the goals from the Commissioner's Court was to create a marketing plan for the Economic Development Department, I very quickly realized that there was no strategic communications plan or underlying foundational communicational documents that I could formulate that plan off of. So I went to Betsy and she said, well, it's ironic that you mentioned that because I'm actually kind of working on some things right now. And so she gave me the authorization to move forward with creating a series of foundational documents to include a few different policies and things like that that will help streamline our communications overall across the county. And I know that there's some efforts underway, for bigger branding initiatives and social media and things like that, but specifically for today's presentation, we want to focus on a small aspect of a larger, much larger branding and communications policy. The reason why we have gone this route, in this year's budget, we do have some funds set aside to do apparel and to order apparel, and it's actually from last year's budget, I believe. So the funds need to be spent relatively quickly. So we're kind of doing this a little bit out of order. We would normally talk to you a little bit more about the foundational documents, the long-term plan, and how what we're doing fits into everything. And then from there, we would take it forward and really implement some of the things I know Betsy has talked to us about you all wanting to see, which is part of the vision and the mission being really forthright, if you will, in our brand and in our policies and things like that, and make it so that when you come into a county building that you know that you're in a county building. To have that overall feel of cohesiveness and, like when you walk into a certain, fast food restaurant or chain, you know where you are. Same thing with certain offices and office buildings, and really amplify and highlight not only the values that we have, but also to professionalize some of the things that we're doing. So I say all of that for background just to say today we're going to show you some options to look at and some direction. And so I just want you to kind of keep in mind that this is just a small piece of what's going to eventually be a much larger and broader communications plan. Okay?
Thank you, Dre.
Hello, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Marina Monsizvais. I own Barracuda PR. Gable's part of our creative team, and he's the one that particularly worked on this project with us. So a lot of what Andrea said is true, and even in doing research for the very foundational documents or how we would, kind of help her streamline communication, it became clear quickly that there are several internal brands competing with your overall brand. And as the county, you all are doing a lot of really large initiatives, and we don't know if the taxpayer, if it's translating to the taxpayer that this is coming on behalf of the county of El Paso. So there's a lot of internal competition for that. And we have just a little baby example of that on the presentation. So, you know, you have several identities going on at the same time, and they're all forward facing. So when the taxpayer sees you out there externally, they're seeing many different faces to what is the county. But we're thinking, you know, there's got to be a way so that the county owns them, and then everything else lines up under it, so that your end user, us who live here, recognize that all of these transformational efforts are coming on behalf of the county. So that's kind of where we started. The other thing, and I think you all know too, I mean, just coming in here, there's several different county seals going on. I think you all are aware of that. So we found two that are mostly in use, but if you do a Google image search, you'll find a lot more than two. Even the one behind you is different than the ones that we're presenting. But these seem to be the two more prominent ones that you see out there. And in looking at your brand, we thought, you know what, it might also make sense to pick one, or to then take the opportunity to create a more clean iteration. If you see the one on the right, the black and white one, I think came first. But if you really look at it, there's some lines that overlap. You can't really tell if that's a bow. You know, there's a lot of weird intricacies in there that, you know, if you're gonna have a seal, it should be top notch. By law, your seal has to have your name, the star, and the wreath. So we know the other one references the stained glass on your building, but it's also pretty busy. So if you're using that as a black and white copy or in any other uses, or if you try to embroider that on a shirt, you might run into some issues there. So I don't know, how do you all feel about lining up under one county seal? Is that
makes sense?
Something that, just saying. So not that, you know, I mean, and you're free to pick one of these, but we also have some clean concepts. If we're gonna do a fresh start, let's do a fresh start. So we want to get your feelings on that part of it too, and then present you with some options, not recreating the wheel. So are you ready for one of the seals? So, right, it's you, it's got your name, it's missing, you know, it's bolder, it's clean, missing anything that would kind of muddle it up, but it's got all of the elements that say who you are. So it's not reinventing you, it's clean, yeah. It's clean, the lines match, details such as that. So I wanted you to take a look at this one, and then did you want to add anything about that seal?
No, you touched on both of them.
Okay. And then this is the second concept we want to bring forward to you. Again, even more simple, more breathing room. The wreath is definitely enhanced. But again, it's you, it's got all the elements that are required by law, and it's an option for you all to possibly consider. We also went ahead and presented some concepts for how, you know, your brand would align with either one of these seals. If you like one more than the other, they're interchangeable as you see the concept. So you're not married to what we're presenting here. Actually, we're looking for your feedback. So please be very vocal with your feedback. So here are the two options we're presenting side by side, just so that you have a clear view of what the differences are, what the similarities are, kind of how they present. Any questions about the seal or feedback?
You couldn't change the color on the gold to green, and I'm just...
Yes, absolutely. This is the kind of feedback we're looking for.
Yeah, 'cause it looks too much like UT Austin.
That's exactly what we're looking for. But as far as the cleanliness and openness and visually...
You make sure to just go ahead and get rid of anything that is kind of unnecessary from the seal, you know, just like all those extra lines that we have on there. You know, just give a letter just a little bit more breathing room, just to make sure that when someone sees it, it's more legible and just something that they're able to kind of make that distinction from the county seal right away.
Especially what you're saying about embroidering, or you know, that it's simple to.
You want to be clean.
Clean, no matter how you use it.
Correct. Correct. And since we're in this process, we didn't feel it was right to look at just the brand or the logo without addressing the seal, because the seal is very much a part of your identity. You also kind of need it by law, so that's another thing to consider.
If we're going to commit to a seal, we just want to make sure it's the best one we can have before saying that we want to commit to this other seal that might not be working the best that it can for you.
So again, the first logo concept we're going to show you incorporates this seal. And like I mentioned before, it doesn't have to be with the seal, it can be with the other one, but we just kind of want to show you how we would suggest the use of it. So here's the first concept we want to run by you, and I'll just kind of let it breathe and let you all take it in. Let me know when we're clear to move on.
Something that I've raised before. I've raised this with Betsy sometimes in our conversations. Grammatically, I mean, it's often the county of El Paso, but I mean, I've always felt this just
should be El Paso County.
El Paso County. The city of El Paso's seal. I mean, they have to say every city has to say the city of. They don't say El Paso City, right? And it just helps to create a little distinction. Grammatically, there's less words. It's just a little cleaner, in my opinion.
So legally, that's your name as we understand it.
So
but is that something
there's
we can
actually
address?
conflicting information on that.
Oh, good. Okay, so
He's had me research it.
There is
conflicting information.
The city I was in before had the exact same issue. It was the city of Leavenworth or Leavenworth City or it was the exact same issue.
But these are things that should be addressed. I mean, if we're gonna do this, let's start fresh and let's figure out: are we gonna be the county of El Paso? Are we gonna be El Paso County? Right. Like, I'm with you.
And the other thing is too that's really unique about our organization. It's just cumulatively, all even the commissioner's court, we're but one branch of government, and so the county is sort of like all of us together, right? The elected departments and the non-elected departments. And I was also reading another statute. And I started it and I don't think I finished it. But by law, I think we're supposed to have a seal that says, like the Commissioner's Court, El Paso County. This is actually the only seal that has that. But when you go into the Commissioner's courtroom, it doesn't say Commissioner's Court. Right. But at least from my understanding from the statute that I had found, just like when you go into any other court, I think it specifies the court. 38. But the seal should specify that this is the Commissioner's Court area. And then, in addition, just to put that in perspective of, the different entities, but
well, and this is why we're in that baby phase, because there are so many layers to this organization, and that's part of the issue, right? There's so many brands within who you are, but I know there's a way to line you up, and it's digging into those kinds of issues.
And Denver's El Paso County.
Yeah.
Colorado Springs,
Colorado Springs, El Paso County. And we have the county, and there's a lot of confusion with that.
And this will be generic overall use, like for example, whenever it's final, these designs will be used on county vehicles. They'll be used by several of the departments. So, and then for example, Commissioner's Court would take the design and you'd add your Commissioner's Court wording to the seal.
We'll walk you through how that interacts. I'll take you through that.
Perfect.
Because we have to think about all the layers. So black and white, we've got to show it to you this way because this is probably going to be the most common use of whatever identity you all decide to go with, or if you decide to try to attempt to do this. Photocopies, embroidery, anything, this is what it would look like in a single color. So this gives you that idea. And then further moving on, this will kind of explain what the thought process was, and I'll give that to Gabriel to kind of talk through that with you.
So when I was creating this concept for you all, I was just thinking of something that's going to be really classy and really elegant for you. The font that we picked, Georgia, is just this really kind of old. It reflects the older style fonts that just kind of really speak to history. Because I know that history is something that is kind of important here, and so I wanted to kind of reflect that through there. But also just I went in there and some of the lettering just kind of moved the way that some of the letters kind of interact with each other to make this specific kind of type really unique to the County of El Paso and make it your own.
You can see how the C and the O interact, and they're just these little nuances, the U and the N, the T and the Y, just neat little subtleties to what's a very classy.
And for this brand identity, I kind of just went ahead and picked a hot pink kind of color that just really, I like hot pink for this concept just because it's a very colorful and vibrant color, much like the kind of unique culture that we have here at the border that I think you can't really find in much other places. So I kind of like that for this concept.
So this is how some samples of what it would look like in real life. And that pink bar would designate the department, perhaps. I'll show you that here in a little bit. But just so you have an idea of what it would look like out in the world, on buildings, embroidery, that kind of thing. On a vehicle. And this is how we would present your departments. Again, in utilizing those border bright colors to distinguish them, but at the end of the day, your end user knows that all the efforts are on behalf of the county. Questions, concerns?
So far I like everything except the pink.
Okay, that's an easy one. So you're all about the color.
No, my own. I want to pick the pink just to look professional.
And it also looks like we're sort of using the pink because of, cancer. And I don't know, it feels like it takes away from what they do. That it's something unique to them, and it's sort of like stealing that kind of color.
Yeah, I mean, it could be very well the county, everything completely in black, and then we worry about the color that identifies each independent department. That's the kind of feedback we're looking for.
The part of what our original concepts that we shared with Barracuda is, when you look at the art here and like just our culture, the vibrant colors are really something I think that sets us apart, as Gabriel was mentioning. It doesn't have to be the hot pink by any means, but we were really trying to relay, if you look at a lot of the art in this region, like I think of the Hal Marcus and the Patrick Gabaldon and that real, and even Kenny Mayer, that real vibrant, bold colors.
The blue, like that light blue kind of typical
Yes, sir.
Mexican culture.
Yes, sir. So that's where we were going.
Oh, I like the concert.
You've got options. I mean, none of this is final, and this is exactly why we need your feedback, because this is a work in progress. I mean, this is the first time we show them to you. So this is exactly what we're looking for. So here it is again with your favorite pink color. All that could be addressed. Anything before we move on to the next concept? Okay. So the next concept is going to utilize the other CO that we also presented to you. And again, we'll let it breathe there for y'all to digest. This is what it would look like in that black and white treatment, embroidery, photocopies, down to one color process, which is a very common use of an identity. And then I'll give it to Gabriel to kind of talk you through this concept.
When I was creating this concept for you all, I started off with just this idea of just hand lettering, very much kind of like the sign painting era of just kind of muralism. I really kind of appreciate that kind of style when you kind of walk around the store and you see this kind of old store, and you still see the kind of hand sign painted that they have on their walls and all that. And I thought that was another kind of really cool, unique thing about the culture that we have here. So for this one, it's definitely a lot more exciting, has a lot more personality for the county. But at the same time, it's still really clean, so it has a lot of clean lines, and it's just to make sure it still looks very modern, in fact, even though it kind of speaks to a different era in a way. For this kind of concept, we just kind of went ahead and picked that yellow color for you all. Yellow is a color that has a very kind of positive mood that it kind of communicates across, very happy, just kind of mood. And also, I just thought it was really nice for El Paso just because it kind of also reflects our desert kind of southwest region a bit.
So here it is in some samples of uses on business cards, on shirt, on a vehicle, hard hat. They're doing a lot of moving and building, what it would look like on a building. This is the fleet car that Gabriel really wants you to order. As he was mocking it up.
I'll take the economic development part.
It'd be cool for motorcycles.
And again, how it would be utilized within the departments. In this one, we went ahead and modified the color of the wreath along with, having a little bit more fun with it, but still true to who you are and another identifier for what department you might be talking to, but always on behalf of the County of El Paso or El Paso County, depending.
I like the lettering, but not the slash on the O. It sort of distracts you from El Paso. Like it's got, but the lettering I like. It's just that O that doesn't seem
Throwing you off?
Because there's certain things that identify like that would be really good for like a restaurant, but for a professional organization. It's a little, to me, the O is the only one that's a little too much out there.
Anybody else? Any other feedback I should take into account? I think here it is.
I do like the SO because of the El Paso. So strong.
So, right.
I feel like it kind of looks aviation-ish.
I was in the lobby, that's what we were saying. I was at the airport. David's airport.
And I mean, we do have a very prominent military culture here in El Paso because of work list too.
Okay, so the third concept is a complete and total departure from what we've been talking about. It's kind of a more casual take on who you are. We also, you'll think it's the seal that you see in there, and in times it might be the seal, but just here we go. So we know internally you refer to yourselves as EP County, your website is EP County, and we wanted to, show you an option that's completely just a total departure from the other two that you saw. So I'll let that one ruminate a little bit. Here it is in that black and white usage, which we know you'll utilize a lot. Or if you did it as a single color.
This one, I just chose some very just bold, unwavering type for you. There's an angle, there are small details in the letter that would just give it that strong sense of motion. And what I really liked about this concept was just that it just really communicated an El Paso County that is really just ready to move and take action, Like we mentioned, we had a seal in there. So, I mean, I think technically or like legally, there might be, when I was doing my very like amateur research on just what exactly officially makes a seal, you do need to have your name in there. But in some applications, I think visually for this one, it would be very nice to just kind of present yourself in this way. And when it comes to those other kind of instances where you have to have the official seal on your documents, we think that would be an opportunity to just kind of talk about that, and as we develop your brand, to just kind of talk about which instances would be best to use which and where.
here it is in use. We know you have your epic values, and you can kind of read it there on that lapel pin. That little section can kind of, you place any letter, you can see your epic in there. You can also see how it would interact with the actual seal on that business card.
Notice it's Andrea's business.
Here's what it would look like out in the world on a vehicle. Because this one is already full of action, full of boldness, this is the one identity that we wouldn't suggest incorporating, that differentiating color per department, because then I think we might just get have a little too much fun.
But if the court wanted the color in this one to be a different color, that would be possible, right?
Absolutely, yeah, all those modifications. What we're just saying is we've studied changing the color of the department, and it just would not recommend it. But yes, if you want to see it in a color other than orange, that's absolutely a possibility. Comments, feedback on that one?
It's nice. I mean, it's a big shift.
It's a whole other. Just got to show you your possibilities.
I like without the color.
The black and white.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the EP, then the Seek. That was confusing too. If I don't know who I'd see that, it's almost like the emblem is like an old, like if it's epoch or something.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole county looks nice. I mean, if we're trying to create that new look, not new look, but that we're different, that we're in the game. So I don't know if it's this one, but I think something that's radically different would identify our future and what we're trying to accomplish. And people are seeing it very different. I mean, people.
Yeah, it's
lots
a
of compliments about
good
how,
opportunity for a fresh start.
for a fresh
You're
start.
absolutely right.
I mean, I don't know if that would be it, but I think we do need this is us, going forward.
What I do like about just kind of inserting any kind of image into like a set of letters is that image could really take the place of whichever letter you kind of, when you read it and you know something is supposed to be there, you kind of read that image as that letter. And so when we created this one, we're definitely in the back of our heads. We just had your values as a county in mind, and we know how you guys talked about EPIC and just being ethical and being all those kind of values. And so definitely that kind of mock-up or that example of the pin was, I know one of my favorite things about creating this brand, that when you take this abbreviation, you are reflecting those values of yours. So that's just something as a designer, I kind of just thought about back in my head as we're creating this.
And what is the chamber really? EPC, what do they call it?
Paso chamber instead of the greater chamber.
Right, and they use the EPC a lot, which is also why we thought about adding that space there, so that, you don't want to.
If you're worried about the seal looking, like not really symbolizing the eye in our epic, and you like that concept, I bet they could include something like possibly, and I don't know, but possibly small, make the seal for like a lapel pin, we'd make the seal portion a little bit smaller and put a block underneath it, like the dot of the eye. Somehow still keep the idea. There's some way we could still integrate with the acronym for our values.
I think it's different, definitely. My first impression was like, is that a sports logo? Because it looks like kind of like sporty letter, and then like the seal looks like a
baseball.
Like a baseball.
Yeah.
You definitely see that sport.
But I think the idea, the concept of taking a huge step away from the typical, I think I would like to see that. independent of what we arrive at, but they say visually you have to see something that's gonna change visually first. And so they see the logo, the change in the logo, then there's something behind all of that.
Is that generally the consensus? Do you all feel like something more radically different or more different, like this one, is more like what we're thinking?
I'd like to see
Or-
different ideas on something different, but I'll look at the court, see what they think.
This is really where we need your feedback.
I'm not sold on any of them.
Yeah, I'm not sold on any of them other than the concept, that it should be something bold and out there a little bit, but we'd like to see more.
So ready to make a change. So
More
what
examples.
would you like to see?
What I'd
What
like to
ideas
see-
are you trying to get across?
What I'd like to see is what I don't know.
Gotcha.
So, I don't know, I just.
I don't know what I don't know.
I'll know it when I see it.
But you do know what goals you might want to accomplish with an identity, because that could help us ruminate on it. So I mean,
I like the cleaner seal. On your first start, I think that's definitely a positive, the cleaner seal,
are you thinking the
the
one
black
with
and white one.
with
The
the
new
line?
seal, you got that part of it. I mean, I think there's consensus there on the seal.
Seems like
The one you were just at, but without, yes,
Yeah.
without the
Yeah,
yellow.
that one right there.
Yeah.
I think,
That's- I mean,
no,
I
the
like-
next one, no, the one that,
I have them side by side.
There,
Yeah.
Are we gonna keep the?
without the yellow.
And we're gonna keep the?
Well, that sounds like it's still being discussed. So
Keep the what? I'm sorry?
on the seal statutorily, the only thing that's required that I can find statutorily is Commissioner's Court must have its own seal, and it must say Commissioner's Court. And then the name of the county. It doesn't say, give me just a second. Oh my God.
See, I like that.
Yeah, the Commissioner's Court shall have a seal on which is engraved the word Commissioner's Court, name of county, Texas. So it's supposed to say Commissioner's Court, El Paso, Texas. Even that one's wrong. So, but I can't find anything about a general county seal that we all use.
So but can it say El Paso County instead of
Yes.
the county of El Paso?
Yes, it can say El Paso County.
I would prefer to say El Paso County, but that's just.
You see, I mean, I should do the one my office uses. No, fine. But that's, we use that.
It's an oak leaf.
Which is if you look for prescribed seals, you look at the Secretary of the State. The statute prescribes the olive leaf, the oak leaf, the wording.
For the state,
For the
right?
state, there is nothing. I too searched. There's 38
Yeah.
references in statutes, or 38 codes that say County of El Paso. There's only one code that says El Paso County, and that's the lease for the Sunbolt.
Yeah, you have
But
oak leaf on one side, the olive leaf
the
on
law on the seal says it will say El Paso County, Texas.
And I thought it had to be approved by the Secretary of State.
Only if you deviate
If you
from
deviate from the
the
star.
seal, the star.
Yeah, sorry.
One of the questions I had for the court, and I think it would not only be helpful for me, but I'm sure for the Barracuda team, the three different scenarios that we have going on here. The first one is very elegant. It's very professional, traditional, historic, kind of like you mentioned. The second is a little bit more artsy, and then the third is more bold. So I think really what would be helpful for us is if you could determine kind of which one of those feels you'd like to go with, because otherwise we'll end up back here with 80 different ones and, saying pick. So if you could help us kind of identify a direction, and then keeping in mind how these things look on a facility, how they look, on a shirt and things like that.
I wanted to add on that, Andrea. One of the things I had mentioned is, okay, so if we do one of these ones, like the one that had the S and the O, sometimes we want to try to use that font in other ways, like use a similar font. And the more, and you said we'd probably be able to get a font package as part of it.
We'd also develop your brand standards, so I don't know that we would recommend utilizing the font for your identity as text.
Okay.
Because it does go against pretty
Okay.
basic ground rules of branding.
Okay.
So your identity is one thing and how you write in the rest of the world is completely another.
Okay, so just, that was just something to keep in mind. If we were wanting to put it on something else and maybe even rearrange the wording, or like, would we have the ability, like if we wanted to go from County of El Paso to El Paso County, or how much ability we would have with that. But what I hear both Andrea and Marina saying is, and really what I already heard you start talking about it, Judge. What do we want to relay? What message, and what do we want it to symbolize? And what I see about you all is we want to show, I think, that we're progressive and bold and leading. You know, we're different, we're unique, and that, but there's always this underlying theme with Commissioners Court that we don't want to lose our heritage, or forget about our history. There's always some element when you all do a lot of your planning and things, it's like, well, we want to continue to value our heritage, but we want to be bold, we're unique, we want to stand out, and we want to be excellence, you know.
I'm glad you said about the our history, because it looked like it's more, not a mandate for us, but I don't see the city focusing on preservation or the missions, or, you know, it's not like what they're looking at. But that's our thing. I mean, I feel that's our thing, that we you know, our mission is that we preserve our history and who we are and our uniqueness, and so I don't know if that helps, but I know that people look at us as the people are gonna care about the missions, or we're gonna care about San Elizario. I don't see the city, they're looking at more like economic development, buildings, you know, the downtown area, that kind of. And so I'm glad you mentioned that, you know, what is it that we do that's different, which is always important, differentiate our brand. And the boldness I like, but sometimes bold takes you away from the historic, right? Because then it's new and kind of different. So that's the big dilemma.
That's why that one right there.
Which one?
The first one. When they showed them to me, I thought this one was with the second seal, but this kind of font. It was. I thought it's modern, yet it's not. But it's also not a standout different from what you might see anywhere else.
There are some things that, from a design standpoint, that we could, when we get to the point where we're really doing the vehicle designs and things like that, you know, maybe we do like a color mosaic at the bottom where it's like, you know what I mean, like oil painting or something. I mean, if there's kind of a direction that you're leaning more than another, I think that would just be helpful, and then we can incorporate some of the other feedback that you've given us as far as like bold, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, because it's important, you're right, we have a legacy, so it's important to be classic and timeless as you go through this process. And then the ways in which you incorporate it, that's where you can have fun, but it's important that you all line up under one brand and one seal, because it's clear that everybody's doing their own thing, and we'll get to that challenge when it's time to roll it out. But it's important that you all present as the county at all times.
Yeah, when I go into the parking garage right now, so I've been jokingly sending her pictures of every time I find something that has a completely different look, color, feel. And I go into the parking garage and there's literally 7 different trucks with 7 different logos, and it's displayed 7 different ways. I mean, if you were new to this area, there's no way that you would walk by those 7 trucks and think, oh, those are all county trucks. You know, I mean, even some of them I still have to do a double take on. So yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can verbalize, because I don't want to challenge the change of El Paso County versus County of El Paso. But there's something unique about the County of El Paso, because it takes away that sort of legal stamp, like Harris County, Bexar County. You know, it sounds like that's what you have to say. officially, you know, Bexar County, Harris County, Travis County, they'll have that kind of legality kind of, and when you see the county of El Paso, it sort of gives another little blend to it. I mean, it has a softer kind of, but county, I feel like you have, that's what you gotta name yourself, you know, Bexar County. I hear that all the time. And so I don't know, it's sort of something unique about the county of El Paso. I mean, it just sort of, I mean, it's just some thought that maybe it's our uniqueness. Everybody wants us to be unique in El Paso. And putting El Paso County would put us with everybody else, with everybody in the state of Texas. Because that's the way they label themselves. It just sounds legalistic, kind of, like that's what you're supposed to say. Anyway, just my thought on it.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think it was kind of the reverse too, because you know, one thing that's unique about El Paso is that both our county name and our main city headquarters are the same. Dallas has the same issue, right? And so you have Dallas County, and you also have the city of Dallas. And then, so I don't know if it's the county of Dallas or Dallas County, but I think that's one of the reasons why citizens, in many respects, don't really know the difference between the city and the county, because we already have the same name. You know, in my thinking, I mean, it's something, you know, small. I mean, it's just, you know, but all cities have to put, you know, the city of, or, you know, for the most, well, unless you're Horizon City, you're the town of Horizon City. Right. But I've never understood that one. But you know, it's just whereas, you know, we're El Paso County, yes, and like Bexar County and others. I mean, that this just seems to me to be a cleaner iteration than, you know, like the city of, and takes kind of just unnecessary words. But
it's also
you know,
why.
I was also gonna say, you know, you can only get so creative, in my opinion, you know, so creative with governmental seals. You know, I mean, I think you know, there has to be a certain level of
There's a lot of
traditionalism.
heritage, there's a lot of respect, it's gotta translate to everyone.
Right, I mean, it's because, you know, whether it be on our resolutions or whether it be formal letters that we send to the state or to federal governments, you know, there has to be a certain degree of formality, and that's what kind of makes it difficult in terms of, you know, creativity and things. But
the seal I like, I mean, I don't think we're messing with the seal, right? We're just cleaning it up,
Right.
sort of.
Exactly.
Cleaning it up, and then as we work with Andrea to standardize your brand standards and the usage of it, we say this is the seal.
Yeah, that I like, and
Yeah.
I agree with Commissioner, but it just, don't play with that one.
Right.
Well, the three, I mean, I tend to like this, but I agree with Commissioner Perez that it should be El Paso County. So,
So,
I think the second part,
Do you wanna look at that?
brings, it's
I'll
like,
bring-
looks like
I'll
it's
bring
got
it up for you.
wings. Looks like it's got wings, I don't know. I don't think it's as professional looking as it should be.
do you all like the second seal without the ring, or the first seal? Fixing the coloring, fixing the wording. Do you like the second seal better? Yeah, when you have the two of them beside each other.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. There you go.
Do you have the one that is in black and white, or the one that has the color better? Fixing the wording and fixing the color.
I
like the two rings.
You like the two rings? Anybody else have strong feelings?
I think I'm still not really sold on either one. But, you know, the one on the right, I'm sure you all studied seals during this process, but it looks really similar to UTEP. And now I'm colorblind, so I can't really see what the color is of the branch there. But I think, I don't know, for whatever reason, it reminds me of UTEP. And I don't know if
it does. That's the way it's
Well, we can definitely change that. I think initially, you know, one of the things I had talked about was the fact that we use gold foil a lot on our business cards.
Yeah,
and
no,
things
and I
like
was saying
that,
the
so-
color, but I think that the lack of the center ring.
Oh.
I don't know if UTEP,
It doesn't have the, because I saw that.
yeah, so that's why, I guess that's why
And
I think.
it's, you know, it's complicated when in Texas, these are the requirements, so these seals are gonna look very much alike. So, you know, not much we can do about that there other than pick a seal that you like and that you want to stand by. But yeah, I have that same thought.
No, not to, you can deviate from the star in the center if you wanna make your seal very different. We would just have to put the design together and submit it to the Secretary of State to approve it.
Offset,
No, you can get the star out of the center.
that's what
So for
they,
example, say you wanted to put, I'm just throwing things out there, not committed to this, the mountain range with the star up on it, which would be very busy for that small area, but if you wanted to do something different, more specific to our region, you could design it and we'd submit it to the Secretary of State to approve. Otherwise, we're going to generally, the seal, if we continue to use the seal throughout as the county's main point or common logo, it's going to have similarities to others.
I just really, because we're here, ask you to reconsider that black and white one. It's very inaccurate. Look at the lines, some of the leaves don't close. Can't really tell if that's a bow in the center. So if you're gonna use it and continue to use it, just pay mind to that. There's one where I don't have a laser pointer, but if you really look at it,
right,
it overlaps
and it's always very difficult when we get something in border.
Yeah, that one's tough.
Go back to the other one, Marina.
we're gonna need to move on.
Yes.
'Cause we gotta-
Okay, so generally what I'm hearing is you all like cleaner. You're not crazy about the yellow color being used or the orangish color. And I'm hearing El Paso County from a couple of you. I heard county from you, Judge. Did anybody else have any strong feelings on that?
I like El Paso County.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson? You like El Paso County or?
I can go either one, but the last presentation, the last one that you presented, I didn't like that.
You didn't like the sporty looking one? Okay. If that will kind of help us.
I think so. Are there any any goals that you feel you couldn't accomplish with what was presented today?
Other than the seal, as you move forward, one of the area issues here in El Paso, everybody agrees that our courthouse is beautiful. If you can incorporate, I don't want to get into political things, but when I was looking at my own personal logo, I saw 3 that really knocked my socks off. And my logo incorporated the courthouse itself. If somehow it doesn't have to look like, it's just in the background, I don't know, but something involving the face of this courthouse.
Sure. So that kind of brings us back to our starting point, where everybody has their own brand within the county, so it's hard to figure out when the county is behind something. So you see that the public defender has the reference to the county courthouse.
They have the brown shape.
Yeah, I see it.
You see, I think a lot of other folks within your interdepartments have that, but we're looking at the big picture. We're looking at the entity to go out
So
and
it would
present.
be relevant to road and bridge trucks out in the field, parks, employees, what they're, so it would.
Kind of need to take a step back.
No, I understand that, but my feeling is, my personal feeling, because of the beauty of this building, that it could be the whole county, then the subdivisions under it it's a different story. But
Well, maybe not incorporated into the seal, but in the
not the seal,
behind
not
the
the
wording
seal.
or like where it says El Paso County,
Yeah,
like
El Paso
some way.
County somehow
Some sort of
change the
reference to it?
lettering to, yeah.
We'll figure out a way. We'll figure it out. Okay, so definitely not the last 2. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So that guy's our
Something along those
standout,
lines.
not pink. So if
Something more
we,
along those lines.
Something closer to,
something closer to
And if you
this.
could give us I don't know, there's some presentations that you could sort of interact, that you could, let's move this, move that kind of thing, while you're here with us. I don't know if that's a possibility, but I've seen presentations where you can move like, let's say, for example, I don't like the, for example, and I'd like to see what it looks like to say County of El Paso instead of the, and then you could show us that. I think we would be more productive if we were seeing the changes as we presented.
You'd have to come down to our office for that, and you're more than welcome to.
You couldn't do that on
It's a special type of software for designing the logo.
Yeah, we have to install design software on literally everything and it's very expensive. Yeah.
But feel free to come down to the office. We can play all you want there.
You have room for all of us?
Yes,
If
we
you happen
absolutely
to
do.
bring your software on a laptop, IT just IM'd me that they could hook you into our network, so that if you wanted to bring yours, plug and play here, that's doable.
Would you all be interested in some sort of working
Yeah,
session?
because we say something, but we don't see it, so that's the only thing that was missing.
Okay.
That if we put some green on there.
So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna try to see, we're gonna look at our agenda for December 5th, when you all have a special session just with economic development, and see if we can work that in. No commitments on that yet. If not, we'll do it on another special meeting. But that'll give you all a chance to look at some other ideas and have some ability to adjust if there's
I've gone through this
adjustments.
like that, and when you're able to make the changes as you speak about them, you'll get down to, right now, we just sort of left everything.
Sure.
But if you said, put some green or take some red, then we get somewhere.
Could see that right away.
And if I could just leave you with, as you're thinking about this up until December 5th, consider, if you will, like Coca-Cola, right? So Coca-Cola has their main brand, but they also have the Santa Claus, and they have they have the polar bear, and they have all these other little aspects that kind of add to the Coca-Cola brand. But the Coca-Cola logo is the Coca-Cola logo, and that's really kind of what we're trying to focus on today. It's not necessarily all of the other ancillary items that will make up the overall brand and the messaging. It's just the logo, because we have to have that in order to get the other ancillary things to create, a feel.
Well, did we accomplish that on the seal, sort of
We're getting there.
consensus?
I feel like you all like this seal,
Yeah.
if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
Yes.
More than.
And then we'll
Because
just
it
have
looks
to
like a
figure
seal.
out if it's El Paso County or the County of El Paso, but that'll also
we'll change
impact the logo as well.
I think there's more of a lean towards El Paso County.
So we can mock it
overall.
up with El Paso County. Any other questions,
Why do we
feedback?
have
I don't know.
I mean, think about it. The county, or just County of El Paso. I mean, I don't know where that came from. But anyway. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can we go into executive session?
Do we want to do both items?
I think so.
Yeah.
Commissioners
Everybody
Court?
ready? I'm sorry, is
Yes.
HR ready?
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss item number 16A and 16B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 and 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019. El Paso County invites you and your family to the 5th annual Lights on the Lake at Escalante Park. The holiday tradition will light up Escalante Park on Saturday, November 30th, with evening festivities beginning at 4 p.m. and lighting ceremony to take place at 6 p.m. There will be holiday music, food trucks, and of course a visit from Santa. The free event is for the entire family to enjoy. For more information, call 915-771-2380.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. all county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019. El Paso County invites you and your family to the 5th annual Lights on the Lake at Escalante Park. The holiday tradition will light up Escalante Park on Saturday, November 30th, with evening festivities beginning at 4 p.m. and lighting ceremony to take place at 6 p.m. There will be holiday music, food trucks, and of course a visit from Santa. The free event is for the entire family to enjoy. For more information, call 915-771-2380.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 17, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the annual evaluation for the Chief Administrator Betsy C. Keller and amend her employment agreement as necessary.
So when we make the motion, do we need to state the amount publicly, or how does that work?
I think you do need to state the amount and the effective date in order for the auditor's office to have documentation.
So we need to move to amend your contract to an annual salary of $235,414 to be retroactive to start on October 1st of 2019. That's the motion.
Second. Go ahead. He's got it.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Commissioners Court. I really appreciate
Very
it.
welcome.
Okay, we would like to go to regular order.
Judge, Commissioners, would you all like to go to item number 13, which is the interim financial report, or what's your preference?
Well, is somebody waiting out there for the electric?
Well, the lawyer, just Jed.
Jed is on the El Paso Electric. Auditors are waiting on 13 and 14.
So you're okay with postponing the electric company?
Oh, no, not postponing.
I mean, not postponing, just pushing it.
It's, yeah, whatever the court would prefer.
So nobody from the outside is here from
There was maybe, but they left.
the electric?
Nobody's here.
Oh, okay, for some reason I thought somebody was gonna be.
It was just a media.
Oh, okay, no, then
Regular?
he's available, that's what we call him.
Okay.
Yep.
Regular?
Yes.
Regular.
Item number 13, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026. Please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended October 31st, 2019. The interim financial report is located on the internet at http://www.upcounty.com/auditor/monthly/October/October2020.htm.
Morning, Judge Commissioner. Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Jim Utterback, County Auditor's Office, Financial Reporting Division. What the event is, I'll get out here pretty fast, is this is our first month of the fiscal year, so our revenues and expenditures are not going to be that high yet. Our condensed financial was published in the newspaper for October. Revenues. We brought in is 5.5 million for general fund and 11.7 million for Manatee-wide. Comparing it to the prior year, at the same time, you'll see sales, property tax is up, mixed beverage, and licenses and permits. The rest of them, the differences are timing difference. Also with property taxes, it's a little bit because bad value of new properties on the roll this year that were not on the roll last year. And our first sales tax, we'll see that in November, so that's why you don't see it on here. Again, if you have any questions, let me know. And just a quick breakdown right now is revenues, we're at 1.8% of the budget. Again, property taxes and other taxes, we don't have sales tax on there yet because our first period that we get is November. So an overall breakdown of budget comparison. We're running about the same as we did last year. Charges for services, the big one there is county clerk, 31%. Fines and forfeits is JP's and Council of Judges Administration. And then intergovernmental is the Sheriff's Department. Expenditures. We spent this month for the general fund is 13.2 million. Most of that is going to be in salaries and fringe benefits. Overall, we've spent 19 million for all departments. Again, it is 65% is salaries, 23% is fringe benefits, and then operating expenditures, 10%. And we no capital outlays at this time. We spent 3.75% of the budget so far compared to last year where we had spent 4.82%.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Sure.
That's a big difference. What do you attribute that to? I mean, it's good that.
I know the answer if he doesn't. We had 3 payrolls first month last year.
Oh, okay.
2 payrolls this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tiny difference.
And again, our big expenses are going to be administration, justice, and public safety. With those two being 4.65% of the budget expended and 4.62% of the budget expended. Just a breakdown. As you can see with general government, it's our big expenses are in the non-departmental of 20%, and those expenditures are related to personnel and operations. And administration and justice, the big expense was district attorney's office, leading that percentage-wise. Public safety, sheriff's department, and the other functions, medical examiner and security park, the leaders there. Just another breakdown of your expenditures is public safety, administration, justice, and general government, pretty big expenses. Fund balance.
Now, as of fiscal year 2019 for September 30th, my projection is basically the same as it was last time. It came up just a little bit. I'm projecting, I think it was 94 million as of September. We had about 15 million, I think explained it last time. We had about $15 million added to the budget last year, but the expenditures didn't come to fruition. That basically rolled it into the 2020 budget. Now the 2020 budget has expenditures that are significant compared to prior year. And what I do is I compare expenditures to the prior year where your budget is this year. And the difference is an increase in planned expenditure. So I factor that in as possible. I plan on it to be expended, so my fund balance is probably going to be around somewhere between 66, 70 million if we spend all of those planned projects. You know, you have $6 million in there for the Economic Impact Fund. You have like $10 million in there for flood control, and there's a multitude of other items that are in there. Transfers, the 1 penny transfer went up. It's about a $5 million increase there because of the additional penny. Just all those things factored in. I'll have to continue working with budget and policy to find out where we are on some of those things, to see if they're going to come to fruition by the end of the year. And once we can get some concurrence, then my fund balance will be adjusted, and we may end up showing a better fund balance towards the end of the fiscal year. But at this point, I'm showing that if we budgeted for it, we plan on spending it. And that still factors in the fact that we have between 10 and 11% of the overall general fund budget net of the reserve for emergencies that we end up not spending because of attrition and because of other factors.
And when I give you my overview and a couple of items, I'll highlight some of our differences and what we plan on doing on a quarterly basis to reconcile that, tighten that gap he and I have right now.
Any questions?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We need a motion to accept that interim financial report.
Move to accept.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout and Commissioner Robinson are absent. Judge? Motion carries. Item number 14, receive a presentation regarding an overages and shortages accounting procedure. Discuss and provide feedback regarding such procedure for overages and shortages to ensure compliance with Texas Constitution, Article 16, Section 61.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. We're bringing this presentation to you today because this is the accounting procedure we want to put into place, but it does require action by the court on a regular basis. And so we need to get your input on it before we implement it. Some background on it is pursuant to the Texas Constitution. It requires that all fees be paid into the county treasury. And Texas courts have strictly enforced this, and the county attorney's office has determined that shortages cannot be offset with overages. For an officer to be liable for earned but uncollected fees, after a hearing, it has to be found that the officer was guilty of negligence in failing to collect the funds. And that's from Attorney General Opinion JM 0517. So we drafted an accounting procedure for this, and we asked the county administrator to review it and give us some feedback. And she recommended we run it by the county attorney. And so we gave it to the county attorney, and they gave us some recommendations. And they said that the county auditor's office should establish a process for reporting shortages and shortage information to the court. And then the court needs to determine how it's going to be paid back, whether there was negligence involved, and whether or not the public official can be indemnified.
Barbara, can I ask a question about that section of the So if the court finds that no negligence was involved, then what happens?
Then the public officials are indemnified from having to pay the county for those funds.
Okay.
It's just absorbed through their revenue account. Basically.
Okay. And in the past, when we were under the old accounting system, we didn't have a method of measuring how much the overages and shortages were because they were netted in with revenues. Under the new accounting system, under Munis, we do have that capability. And so that's why we're trying to be in compliance with the statutes.
All right, but additional question, so that's under, that falls under local government code under chapter 157 for indemnification of a debt. Will that require a formal agenda item?
Yes.
In every instance where shortages are being forgiven? And do you have a proposed timetable to do that?
That's what the presentation is about.
Yeah, we're not trying to do that by official, but just do it as an aggregate report. And if anything came up significant enough that it warranted your attention, we would bring it to you immediately. If there's a major shortage. We're talking about normal operational things, you know, where there's overs, unders. Somebody can be over $500 and they can be short $600. And the law says you can't net, even though you brought in more money than you're short. We can't do anything about that. But
however, what we do in the auditor's office is we look to see if there's timing issues. Because sometimes with the credit cards, they actually get posted one day and we get the money on a different day, that sort of thing. And so if there's timing issues, we look for that and we do corrections for that. And so, as I said, Munis allows us to track and monitor the overages and shortages, and they get posted daily. As we post the revenues, we get copies of the deposit slips and the differences between the revenues that the different departments say they collected and what's on the deposit slips is the overages or shortages. So we look for timing issues, we look for posting errors, we look for large amounts. The offices that are collecting the money, they see what their overages and shortages are on a daily basis too, because they sign off on the deposits, and they're supposed to keep a record of that so they can address it with their employees. If they have an employee that's consistently over or consistently short, then they can do coaching or they can do training or take other disciplinary action depending on what the circumstances are. So what we would like to propose is that we will provide you on a periodic basis with information about overs and shorts. And it'll be a regular agenda item. We've talked to the county attorney. They said it's not a consent item and it's not an executive item. It has to be a regular agenda item. And so we'll include a report with overages and shortages and related percentage of collections and total collections for any department with overages and shortages. And then we'll ask for action from you. This is an example of the report from FY19. We would like to suggest that you look at it semi-annually rather than annually, but that's the kind of feedback I need from you. Do you want to see it quarterly? Do you want to see it semi-annually? Do you want to see it once a year? Is there other information you want to see besides this? I can tell you, I didn't include it on this slide, but a couple of those, we have notes that it was because of counterfeit bills, that they were, had a $100 counterfeit bill. And we can include that information for you. So today, we're just asking for information for you on whether this is sufficient information for you to determine whether or not there's negligence involved and how often you would like to see it. If you look at the grand total on that, 0.0164% is the shortages in comparison to our collections. That's really, really small. And in our opinion, that's a cost of doing business.
And that's actually 1/10 of 1%, because 1% of that would be $129,000.
Yeah.
So look at my division right there, Dead Center Financial Recovery. Short 102.20, over 190. So on average, you're talking about a 42-cent shortage a day. If you were to average that out for the 244 work days we have a year, I take holidays out. And we downstairs, my team downstairs uses their daily activity as part of an accuracy or evaluating. So when they do get their coaching, we talk about accuracy. The goal is to have less than 1% error rate as accuracy. So we do use that overs and shortages as a means for evaluating the staff and coaching them. And if it gets extreme and where they have ongoing problems, there could be action taken such as an oral warning or write-up warning also. So we do take those shortages into account.
So, just an idea or a suggestion. So, that Barbara's asking how often to bring this. I will tell you, initially, when Barbara brought this, I thought the initial concept was, asking the department to be responsible for paying their shortages. And I was really opposed to going to my director over the golf course and saying, you owe the county $112 because your tills were short. And but after we worked through this multiple times, meeting and discussing back and forth how it would work, the process now where the Commissioners Court would come in and look at it and say, and I don't know this is the case, but I'm just using this example. If 100 of that was that we accepted a counterfeit bill and we were short $12 and over $12.57, it's pretty much, if you look at it as a net, we're over 50 cents. And that the court could say, we don't find negligence considering that they were handling $964,000 in a year. That's a very, very minute over or short. And as we worked through it, it really seems reasonable, but I would think you may want to consider it annually unless there's some threshold met. Like if a department hit shortages over a certain amount, you'd want to see it sooner.
It's up to the
That's
court.
why we'll do it on a case-by-case basis.
And we do this report on a monthly basis, so we'll know if someone hits a particular threshold.
Barbara, does this also include employee overpayment or underpayment?
No, this is only for revenues that are coming into the county from the different departments.
These are the funds that are required to be deposited in the treasury.
And if a department doesn't have any overages and shortages, you won't see them on this list because they didn't have any. And I do want to point out also the county tax assessor collector, the Commissioners Court does not have the authority to indemnify him. He has to be indemnified by a district court. I included on here so you have a complete picture, but you wouldn't be giving him any kind of
Just one clarification, I'm the county attorney, can correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the AG opinions that I've reviewed, you can't hold the employees liable. It's the official. And in this case, the golf course, the official over the golf course is technically the Commissioner's Court. So it's all coming back to you. I mean, the departments are being told to manage your employees, make sure it doesn't get out of hand. And it's just coming to you and you make that decision. Just like any other official, whether it's a JP, but it says official. You can't, there's opinions that say that JP can't hold their clerks responsible when they know for a fact who was handling the money when it got lost. You just can't do it. So the official's responsible. But they can still take action with their employee, corrective action.
But they can't make them pay for it. Thoughts, questions?
Would you like to see it annually or more frequently?
Well, what you were saying is, annually, unless you see something that's.
And if there was a department that, excuse me, Judge, if there was a department that like lost an entire deposit or they were $10,000 short or something, that would come to you
You
immediately.
bring it.
We wouldn't wait for this report for that.
This is generated once a month.
We do this once a month, we evaluate the overs and shorts.
They're posting daily.
They post
At the end
daily,
of the month, we'll have a summary.
but we summarize it monthly.
Well, if they're summarized once a month, I'd like to see it.
Okay, do you want to vote on it every month, or do you want us to just send it to you
No,
and then you
I'd
vote?
just like to see it.
Okay, we can send it to you.
Then if anyone will see something, a discrepancy, we'll
So do
bring
you
it
want
up.
us to plan on doing an annual or a semi-annual agenda item and just send you the
Because
information
it requires
monthly?
court action. Do you want to do it annually or semi-annually?
Well, if
Because you may want to know
semi-annual
and
is
act on
for-
it sooner than annually.
Semi-annual? Okay. Okay,
They
Thank
should
you
be
very
posting
much.
the FY19 on an upcoming agenda, just to clear FY19.
we will.
Okay.
And as I said, with the figures you see up there, we recommend that it be, that they're not negligently deemed in the file.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that report will be going to every commissioner individually.
If I could also get it,
And
that'd be
also
great.
this.
Thank you.
And if you send that, I guess also to the departments. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you may give it, like in my instance, I'm the official responsible over FRD. If you're giving it to the department, it'd be nice for the official to get that as well.
You hold that.
Item number 15, receive a presentation on fourth quarter projections for revenues, expenditures, and fund balance for fiscal year 2019 through fiscal year 2024.
I was waiting for it to pop up into my eye. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Brief presentation going over first the revenues, expenses, and reserves. I'll discuss some differences in my reserves versus Mr. Dion's and what our plan is to do that on a quarterly basis. Then I'll also be going over the history of what we've done in recent history with planning for any recession that may face us in the future, what we've done historically. Any questions that come up for personnel actions, I've got Ms. Carrillo here from Human Resources as well, if any questions were to arise in that regard. Overall, you've seen this in the budget process. We give this to you on a quarterly basis, but if you hone in on the pretty much dead center of that table, and I still have it labeled as FY19 estimates because the fiscal year is still open. Auditor's office will be making adjustments to the revenues and expenses. The report Mr. Dion gave you as of October, there are still expenses posting every day, not material at this point to FY19. Revenues are pretty close to being done. The overall, though, you'll see revenues at about $285 million, $14 million over last year's revenues, about a 5.1% increase. Most of what's driving that is property taxes, sales taxes, and some of our charges for services. Overall, on expenses, we finished the year at $281 million. So, or right now, as the estimates, as of right now, are 281 on my part. About a $14 million increase in expenses, 5.2%. The expenses right now on my number shows about $3.8 million of revenues over expenses. We did not dip into our expenses this year. Mr. Dion's estimate is a little more favorable than mine at $93 million. But I am aware of a couple of adjustments we have coming up. Statutorily with tax code, our excess sales tax collections are required to remit over to our debt service fund, so that will need to be taken into account. Bottom line is, we're going to finish the year, as you'll see in this graph again, right in the dead center, FY19. Mr. Dion's estimate earlier was 93. I think we're going to finish, in my view, a little closer to $91 million, but somewhere between 91 and 93 million is where we'll finish off the year for fund balance. Moving forward, as I look at our historical results, one of the things I'm looking at is what were budgeted revenues versus actual revenues, and looking for that trend change in budget versus actual. And I build that into my trend line going forward on actual revenues. So the revenues are depicted by the purple dark line on the top. Expenses, you'll see where FY20, that's anticipated, those will crisscross. With $313 million as projected expenses for FY20. I also look at what the historical personnel and operating expenses are, and I'll show you the detail on that in the next slide. But it does look like we'll probably have somewhere in the vicinity of a $6 million consumption of reserves based on my early projections. Again, this is as of the end of FY19. There'll be a much better material representation as we close out the first quarter of the year for the quarter ending December 31st, because we'll have a much more predictability moving forward as to where we think we're going to finish that fiscal year. As noted, what my analysts are doing as they're meeting with departments on a quarterly basis, this will be the second full year we've met every quarter with the departments, is they're going to focus on those big ticket items Mr. Dion's talking about, where we budgeted $5.5 million for our economic incentive fund and $10 million for our flood control. We're going to be looking at those projects specifically and working with those department heads to find out what's the status on those, where are they at, what is the anticipated drawdown on those for the end of the fiscal year, so we can give you and report to the auditor's office a more accurate reflection of where we think we'll finish the fiscal year. Certainly you'll want to know that materially by the end of the second quarter of operations at the end of March, so that as we lead into the budget hearings, you know where the county is headed and what action we may need to take on a budgetary basis. So as we look at the utilization of reserves, this is the 3-year trend, and Commissioner Bettis, this is some detail you had asked for some years back, and we're going to continue that in the future because there's value to it. So if you look at the budgeted salary expense for the general fund for FY19, a little over just under $219 million in budgeted salary. Our expenses as of the numbers I pulled down last week, $211.3 million, unspent was 7.4, but you'll see a little trend line starting to build out there. We had 5% remaining in FY17, 4% remaining in FY18, and just over 3% in FY19. So those numbers are tightening up. We're starting to have less of a variance there. On the operating budget side, this year, FY19's operating budget was at $98.3 million. Our operating expenses, interestingly enough, I found that sort of surprising when I ran the number as of last week, were exactly the same, $64.8 million. Unspent, left $33.5 million on the table. We had some pretty large projects unspent. We didn't draw down any of our economic impact funds. And although we obligated about $3.8 million worth of flood control from a planning perspective in contract and project awards, those haven't been expended yet. So those are unspent as of the end of the year. So the percentage unspent on operating was 34%. Fund balance right now is about $91 million. We designated $52 million of that to balance the budget. That's outside of our unallocated designation in accordance with policy. That left $39 million undesignated, or 11%. So in the budget, we had talked about 10.03%. Looks like we're going to finish pretty close to 11%. A question that Commissioner Robinson had in the past was, how many days cash does that represent? So when you look at our overall operating expenses and divide that by 365 days a year, because we have 35% of our budget that runs 24/7, 365 in our juvenile detention and our sheriff's academy, our sheriff's department, it leaves approximately 120 days of cash on hand. If there's a sweet spot to be, that's pretty much where you really want to be. The GFOA recommends between 90 and 120 days. Of course, our goals is our goals for strategic is to better alignment of our revenues and expenditures, controlling our costs coupled with simultaneous revenue enhancement. That's one of the things I'll be going over with my team this Saturday when we have our retreat with FRD, is looking at what can we do to improve our bottom line and improve collections and increase the revenue stream. Haven't been any significant revenue changes legislatively in the past few years. That's a challenge to the counties because cost of delivering services is not staying the same. It does increase, but legislatively we haven't had the ability to keep pace with those fees. And for FY20, as you're aware, we've had our first tax rate increase in 5 years. Expenditures, we're looking at that continuing our strategic investments, and this year's material changes also included wage adjustments in our collective bargaining. That collective bargaining increase will smooth out in FY 2021 and thereafter because they had a spike up in FY 20. So recession, why plan now? We certainly want to be prepared for future actions that take place either internationally or in the state. We want to make sure we avoid unintended consequences to the extent it's possible, and weather any financial storm that comes along as it presents itself if we do see local economy impacted by that. Past actions that we took when we had some recession activity back in 2007 and 8, and if I go way back into the early 2000s when the peso dropped way off and we felt that in the sales tax. Actions we took of most recent recession was time off without pay on personnel. We furloughed. We did several all-day holidays without pay, which approximates about $800,000 a day. We reduced hours in a work week from 40 hours a work week to 36. We reopened negotiations with the sheriff's union where they came to the table and agreed to some wage concessions to help us manage that cost. We did outright reductions in workforce. And if I'm not mistaken, I think 52 was the count that we did, the last count on a reduction in workforce in the 2007 and 8 recession. Other steps we've taken is to freeze the step increase and any wage adjustments or cost of living increases. Our elected officials came forward with voluntary elected pay cuts. And then we did a hiring freeze with some exceptions. Departments have small operations or positions that were front collection and revenue positions. We made exceptions on a case-by-case basis. So those are some of the past actions that we've taken so that if a recession never does rise its ugly head in the future, these are some of the things that typically we took in place. And as you have to remember, when we're in that budget process, about 78 cents of every dollar we spend in this county is related to personnel and fringe benefits. So that's why the biggest impact when tough times come around, the place we look to that has the largest impact is typically personnel. Other past actions on the operating side, we did budgetary cuts. Some of them we did in the middle of the fiscal year, and we had last time we had that recession cut, we had a 100% success rate with all departments voluntarily coming forward. Now, certainly the departments that answer to the court or answer through your county administrator directly to you, you can instruct them to cut 5% of your budget. That's mandated. Your elected officials, however, because you adopt the budget and give it to them at the beginning of the fiscal year, have to voluntarily come forward and afford you those budgetary cuts. But last time we went through a recession, we had a 100% participation rate from all departments. You reduced travel cost to mandatory travel only. There were significant reductions. You reduced and eliminated outside agency funding. And to the greatest extent possible, wherever we had a special revenue fund that was allowable for use for day-to-day operations, we relied on those special revenue accounts. From the capital perspective, we did elimination of operating equipment, and at that point in time did not have any 1 penny allocation to meet our asset replacement needs. So those are some of the past actions that we've taken that certainly if that, again, recession comes back around, things we could consider for taking action on in the future. So we certainly always want to be prepared. From revenue impacts when we enter recessions, one of the biggest revenues that gets hit that I've seen in the last couple of recessions is sales tax. As people's budgets tighten up, as layoffs occur or furloughs take place at the federal and local level, people's discretionary income tends to be a little bit more limited, and so we see impacts to our sales tax. To our benefit, we've been somewhat insulated from impacts that the rest of the country felt because of our close proximity to Mexico and the state of Chihuahua and the city of Juarez, and our large federal presence here with Fort Bliss. So we didn't feel as big a hit as other entities felt. Other revenue impacts that we feel, again, those are things that are discretionary. Golf, event revenue, Coliseum and places like that, where people are making more limited decisions on their discretionary spending. Certainly preparing for the future, we want to look at, in budgetary preparation, always looking at expense management, enhancing our revenues wherever and whenever possible, and certainly want to look at having a reasonable amount of operating revenue reserve and preserving and having a goal of maintaining that 10 to 15% reserve position so that we have our days in cash available, and also what the state likes to call the rainy day fund in the event there is a significant drop off in any one area. So just wanted to give you an overview of historically what we've done and things we could plan for towards the future if that event occurs. With that, available for any questions, if this is just your quarterly presentation.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Like I said, we'll be looking to put the auditor's office for a little refinement for quarter one, excuse me.
Are you all ready to go back into executive session?
It's only one item.
At this time, Commissioners Court will recess back into executive session to discuss item 16B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
exhausted.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into special open session. Item number 18, discuss and take appropriate action in pending matters related to El Paso County's intervention in the sale of El Paso Electric. County Attorney's File Number 020619AA.
No action?
No action.
No action on item number 18. That is our last item, Judge.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
This concludes today's meeting at 3:56 p.m.
Thank you, Jessica, Caesar, for the long meeting.
And we're hoping for 2:30.
Yeah.